It's day 3 of the RSAC Conference 2025. I was supposed to do this yesterday, but there was this whole thing, and like, who knew certain barnyard animals were not allowed to be kept in hotel rooms in San Francisco? I was like a really open-minded place, but apparently not. Anyway, I'm Doug White from the Security Weekly News. Once again, I'm joined by the master of all hidden paths, the esteemed Jeff Mann. Hi, Jeff.
Good morning, Doug. We might be just a touch punchy on day 3.
That's possible.
Because there's a lot of things going on at this conference. If you've never been to RSAC conference, there's the vendor floor, there's party after party after party after networking events where everybody's trying to sell something to everybody else and everybody's trying to figure out, can I sell something to you? Can I sell something to you? But there's also interactive events. Of course, there's how many tracks did we decide? There's hundreds and hundreds of talks going on. I know a few people that were giving talks yesterday. One buddy of mine apparently did a very well-received talk. And so there are things that you can learn here. People come to learn. People come to buy. People come to sell. People come to experience it. People come to say that they've been here. And then there's San Francisco.
It is like a whole thing. Yeah.
It is a whole thing.
We were walking last night back, and there's like every block you'd see like a doorway, and you think, oh, that's some posh club, but it's like, oh no, that's a company hosting a party. Because then we keep looking at it. I think the hottest new club in town that you're never going to get into, and they've got the Velvet.
Well, it is the hottest new club in town, literally, but it's only going to be there for another 2 days.
But we might get in. Unlike normal, where we go to the club and they go, no, I don't think so. But yeah, last night we were able to we could get into the parties, and we went to some things. We're not telling you what, but I brought my map, and I wanted to demonstrate something to you.
Okay.
Now, my father was an accountant, right?
Okay.
And he was very meticulous about his maps. And this is from the old days, right? So you got to remember.
You might have to explain to people what maps are.
Yeah, so we used to have to find our way around with a thing called a map, which is a giant bed sheet sized piece of paper, and you drew little dots on it, and then you got lost and tried to figure out what the name of the street was after you asked some hobo, like, what is this? But this is like how I would fold up maps because it made logical sense to me. But again, I was doing this yesterday, and
don't rip it.
Out. Okay, the map thing has not worked, not yet. No more maps. That's the end of the map stories. But yeah, so I did see some things. So there was the map is useful, but they do have an app. Like
yes.
You
and
can
they want
be
you
modern,
to use the app,
and they want you to use the app. The maps are for elderly people that can't handle it. So
in years past, there'd be like a plastic wallet badge holder that had the map in a little pocket in it, so everybody was walking around with the map.
I remember having those. Yeah, but this
year
like a serious map.
This year it's just the paper badge.
It's like the New York subway map or something.
Well, it is.
It's actually more complicated than that.
But you kind of need it. There's no way you can go onto the expo floor and just try to see everything.
No, I don't think so.
You kind of need to have a purpose to, if you want to visit a particular company, find out what your current vendor is doing or what's new, you kind of need to know where they are. You're never just going to, unless they're one of the big vendors that have the 87,000 foot booths that are 80 feet wide that apparently some people pay $1 million for. I don't know if that's true.
Yeah, I heard that. But yeah, the expo
those
floor,
might be visible, but
the expo floor is like going to like a serious art museum, and you really, like you see these tourists go to these art museums, and they're like, we're going to see every painting in the Louvre, starting with painting number 1, and like 19 hours later, you're still in the first wing going, right. I don't even know what these are, but we're going to see them all. So if you're going to go to the expo, it's really a good idea to get some sort of map. You can use modern stuff and find things that you do want to see. I mean, obviously they want you to walk around and be attracted to crazy over-the-top things, which is fine, just like you would at a carnival, and that's how you lose your wallet and maybe
I was having that thought. I did have a chance to walk on the expo floor for a little bit yesterday, and I had that exact thought. It's like the carnival barkers.
Oh no, it's like, it's absolutely like that.
And everybody's got to come up with a unique and different way. I mean, I remember coming here probably almost 10 years ago where the topic that year was vulnerability management, chasing the vulnerabilities, and vulnerability whack-a-mole. So like, I found a whack-a-mole machine yesterday. It's like, oh, somebody's bringing back the whack-a-mole machine. It was literally there because I was down the row and I kept hearing thump, 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 thump. I was like, yep, that's whack-a-mole.
No, I mean, it's really cool. And I mean, you definitely, if you're here, you should go check it out, because I think that it's definitely something to see. It is like a carnival, and you're not quite ready for it. I mean, I know you've been to cons before, and I had too, but this is like the crazy expo of all crazy expos, in my opinion.
Well, within our field.
Obviously, they have
Comic-Con, which I've heard
there's
is kind
Comic-Con,
of crazy.
and there's Pornathon, and all those other kind of, they have like crazy stuff like that. Which they have that in Las Vegas. They have some kind of like giant
Achievement
adult
one
entertainment.
unlocked. You made the sound crew crack up.
My goal in life has been achieved.
Okay, let's move on to
let's sort of get off to Pornathon, but or whatever the hell.
What's challenge number 2?
Yeah, immediate things that I saw on my giant, badly folded map was Ed Scotus, who's an awful good friend of ours, and a bunch of SANS people.
He was on the map?
He is. He's on the map today. They had a panel with a bunch of SANS people. They were doing the 5 most dangerous new attack techniques at like 4:20 this afternoon.
Oh wow!
So that's probably.
Do any of them involve knives?
Well, yeah, that's what I was wondering. Okay, you read my mind. I literally saw it. Was like, you're gonna walk in there, and there's gonna be a guy holding a banana. If anybody's ever watched Monty Python. We couldn't
now
do
explain
knives
to the
today.
kiddies what Monty Python is.
Yeah, but regardless, I thought it sounded interesting, and by a bunch of people that, and these are just things that caught my eye, so I'm not trying to advocate, because like I said, there's a giant bedsheet size map of sessions, and today's one of the busiest days for sessions, so
this is the
Wednesday
peak day.
ones were like the longest and the whole thing. So, I think the strategy here is always going to have to be, you sit down, you're going to have to look for things that catch your eye, people stuff you're interested in, and they do have blocks that are like by topics, and like I think we were talking about on the outro we did on Monday about the like family and all that, like family scams and all that kind of stuff, which was a new thing that they had that I thought that's finished, but regardless. There was a session on I know Jeff doesn't like to hear about post-quantum encryption, but there was I did an interview yesterday with Chris Hickman, and I actually did have several interviews today that involved post-quantum encryption, and they were talking about, there's a session at 1:20 today where he's talking about how to fast-track.
How many years away from, quantum computing being more or less publicly available are we this year?
Not many.
It's getting smaller?
Yeah, because, and Chris and I were talking about that, and I asked him a very similar question, and one of the things he said that made me sort of realize, because I'd been kind of saying like 3 to 5, which is sort of my stock answer for everything. They're like, when will you die? 3 to 5? But
you could say 42 months.
42 months, yeah, whatever. But he said, think about it this way: because of the cloud, it's not going to necessarily be the transition from UNIVAC to an Apple II.
Right.
It's going to be the transition from IBM has this elaborate thing, or Google has this elaborate thing, and now they're selling time on it.
Right.
So suddenly, it's just like AWS or any of these other kind of products. You can say, I need to buy some quantum time, and you just buy it by the cycle or however they choose to sell it. And so suddenly it's going to be here quicker than you think.
Is that really the roadblock now? Do you think it's not that the technology hasn't quite gotten there, but they're still trying to figure out how to monetize it?
Yeah, no, I think it's still the technology. I mean, they're just not getting enough stable qubits in the space. I mean, they're getting there. I think I saw 156 qubits stable now. And so you're starting to get into the realm of like, this is feasible outside of a laboratory kind of environment.
Okay.
But currently, all the quantum computers are still in that what I call the UNIVAC world of this giant hulking thing with a lot of special needs.
So for context for younger people in the audience, when Doug says a UNIVAC computer, he's talking about radio vacuum glass tubes
with a pull start
that the computer was probably half the size of this hall that we're in.
Oh yeah, I mean the UNIVAC was massive. It was like rooms and rooms of stuff, and you had to warm it up, so it was like when your great grandfather turned on the radio. It was like you waited till the tubes got good and hot before you could do anything.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean it was a massive thing, and I guess my point is that when I call it that, I just mean that there's this there's this big hulking thing somewhere
Right.
in a laboratory.
I just want to make sure people understand the scope of big
you
hulking.
keep me
thing.
honest on that.
I mean, I can picture the UNIVAC. I've seen
but
the pictures.
If you have to dip,
I might have touched one at
if
one
everything's
point.
sitting in a pool of liquid nitrogen to keep it cool enough to operate, that's just not something you sell people at home.
Mm-hmm.
And when UNIVAC came out, it was like nobody could have conceptualized that eventually people would be carrying this around, which is far, far, far more powerful.
Right.
And I can walk down the street and stumble and fall into a puddle full of God knows what and drop my phone down a storm grate, whereas the UNIVAC was brought in on a semi-truck, by
Right.
probably, I don't know, was it on a semi-truck?
It would have been
It was
several.
probably just built in a lab and it stayed there.
Yeah, it wasn't exactly mobile.
Yeah.
But all right, my turn. Shifting gears.
Well, go ahead.
Well, I was thinking about this earlier, and you bring up Ed SCOTUS, and end of the day last night, I'm scrolling through, the de facto social media for at least me, which is LinkedIn, a little bit of Facebook, and just seeing people that I know posting about their adventures in RSAC conference, and it always impresses me that I come out here every year and I run into so many people that I know, and I'll randomly bump into people on the street or on the expo floor type of thing, but then I usually go home and find out, oh, so-and-so was there? I wonder where they were. So it's so massive here that it's almost impossible, it's impossible to see everything in the vendor floor. It's impossible to run into everybody unless you're really, really deliberate. Like Ed SCOTUS he and I have been here for 10 years. I don't think I've ever bumped into him because he does something over here. Somebody else I know does something over here, and we all have our little pods and stuff. We have our own little pod that we run around.
Yeah.
If you like smoking cigars, you can join us. But it's a very small, or if you want to go to any of the parties, I got all the invites. But it's just funny to me that people have amazing experiences here and they talk about it, and I'm like, and they're with a completely different subculture, sub-crowd than the one that and I try to expose myself to as many as possible. It doesn't mean anything other than this place is just massive.
Yeah.
But it is an opportunity for people to come and enrich themselves, learn something, see people they know. I've run into, there's some pioneers here this week and legends.
Yeah.
I happened to I was walking on the street yesterday and Bruce Schneier was coming towards me. So I stopped him and said, hey Bruce, we've met before.
You said you saw Dan Farmer.
I saw Dan Farmer a couple days ago. Not that they're even remotely in the same league, mind you. I reminded Bruce, because I met him a couple years ago, and I told him, I've been trolling you for years, because he came into prominence because he wrote the book, what was the name of it? Applied Cryptography, and that's how he became famous. I think that's the name of his first book. But in that book, and I was still working at NSA when I got it, I'm like, oh, what's this guy from the outside saying about cryptography? And he basically was saying, why are we worrying about internet security? Just encrypt everything and you're done. And I read that and I'm like, this guy's a moron, and I put the book down. And then years later, he came out with another book that was called, I think, Truth and Lies. And in that book, he says, okay, basically I was young and naive when I wrote the first book. There's more to it than that. So I reminded him of that when I met him a few years ago.
I bet he appreciated it.
And he's like, fair. But anyway, I mean, I'm an NSA cryptanalyst. He's not. But he gets all the fame and the glory because he talks about quantum cryptography.
True. Another thing you should go see though while you're here is go up to the bookstore.
Yes.
I mean, that sounds really old-fashioned and boring, but it's really cool, and they have.
Explain to them what books are.
Yeah. Okay. So there's these things, but if you go up on the Esplanade, they have shelves of their Hall of Fame.
Yep.
Which is really, really cool, and I was overwhelmed with it because one, I have a lot of the books,
right?
Which I was like, wow, I feel validated. And they also had books by Neil Stephenson on the shelf, so they had Cryptonomicon.
Oh, nice.
I can never say it right. Cryptonomicon, and they had. Why do you do this, Neil? I can't pronounce the names of your books. The other one is like RAED Me or something like that. I mean, I've read them all,
okay.
and I love Neil Stephenson, but I was really happy, and he said that they vote on which books will be on the shelves. And then, that. So if you're interested in such thing, even if you don't want to say buy a book, like a physical book to lug around, you can obviously find books that other people think are important in this field.
So,
and they weren't just
so we've
fiction.
neglected. You can also shop. And there's
You
also
can.
all the swag and the giveaways.
Well, yeah.
And
Just be careful with your swag, because I've seen these people at the airport with like,
Yeah.
5 shopping bags trying to get on the plane, and they're like, yeah, you have to pick one of those to keep, and the rest are going in the trash.
you get two carry-ons, and that's it.
Yeah, I always had that. Like that's like early conference going mistakes,
Right.
that you make. Like when I first went to like an academic conference, it was in Washington D.C., and they were all giving away textbooks. And this was a long time ago, and it was like, oh my God, I can get a textbook. And I took one, and the next thing I knew, I had like 8 textbooks, and I'm like, oh my God, what am I gonna do with these? I had to buy a suitcase to take them home. Yeah.
Well, we would be remiss if we didn't say that you guys should tune in all throughout the day.
You should.
We are going to have a series of executive interviews from a lot of different companies. I've got a couple interviews. You've got a couple
I have a couple.
interviews.
Yeah, so we got
I've
live
actually been
interviews all
enjoying the conversations we've been having this year.
I think
I
so.
think companies have a better story to tell now about that fun little buzzword that's flying around, AI. And but they're actually trying to implement it and use it, and it's more than just, can I use it in a sentence? They actually have a strategy for it, most of them.
Well, so we probably should wrap up, because all the alarms are going off. There's like people waving flags over there in the corner.
That guy's got a banana in his hand.
And they've got and they've got the hook ready, and the orchestra's warming up. So please stick around for the day. We got tons of live streams for you from Doug White and Jeff Mann. We're here at RSAC. Come by, say hi. Thanks for joining us, and we'll be seeing you again soon today.
We'll be right back. Here we are again at RSAC Conference 2025. It's Wednesday, it's the third day of the conference, so we're all a little punchy, we're all running on fumes. I'm highly caffeinated, I hope you are. We're here recording live from the CyberRiskTV booth in Broadcast Alley, which is located in Moscone West. I'm co-host of Paul Security Weekly, Jeff Mann. Joining me this morning for a conversation is Joel Burleson-Davis. Joel, welcome.
Thank you.
Joel is CTO of a company called Imprivata. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Tell us a little bit about yourself, how you got into cybersecurity.
Yeah, so I started in cybersecurity. I grew up in Arizona, sort of a smaller town, and just technology was interesting to me. And way back when, like Windows NT, Novell NetWare sort of days, security wasn't a big thing.
Right.
And I found myself doing really interesting stuff that you weren't necessarily allowed to.
Okay.
Which was great.
I'm hearing hacker coming out.
That was good. That was really
okay.
Then you grow up, you go to college a little bit, and you enter the workforce and say, hey, what am I good at? What's interesting? What's fun? And I ended up actually just post college moving to Australia.
Wow.
And one of the most interesting things is a big piece of their industry is industrials and mining, and those from a technological perspective, those tend to be a little behind the rest of the curve, the modern curve. And so I remember showing up and getting a sort of just like a generic technology job because they didn't really differentiate that much, and thinking of the massive amount of things that they did, mining iron ore, mining aluminum, mining uranium, all that stuff, and with pretty lax
Don't they
security.
also throw shrimps on the Barbie and drink a lot of beer?
Yeah, and that's delicious, and that's how that's how you spend your time afterwards. And so I ended up like really getting into security there because there needed to be so much maturity in the like technology programs I was in, sort of working for these mining companies in Australia. And like since then, I've 20 years ago, I've stayed in that, sort of stayed in security and continued going on, sort of seeing the need, across industries like, manufacturing or even healthcare or, mining industrials, the need to continue to mature those because the risk environment is the same for them really as it is for all of us. And so that, we have to make sure all of those critical industries level up just like, the rest of industries.
Right. So you came back to America at some point and found same problem here.
Yeah, same problem here.
There's a lag, especially in those industries.
Yep.
Why do you think it is, I have my theory, but why do you think it is that critical infrastructure tends to fall behind or lag behind?
Yeah, I think there's a few historical reasons for it. Like one, many, if you think of sort of industrials, particularly our manufacturing, like one is they were disconnected. They were not necessarily connected.
Right.
And so, if something happened at a site, like a power generation site, you had to roll a truck. Right. You had to have someone to get out there, physically plug in.
But then, the internet.
Exactly.
and modems.
Yeah. And I think there was not a lot of appetite for investing in modernizing any of that equipment.
Right.
And so they, came up with like clever tools to like, plug in a D shell and then connect that to a LAN cable, and suddenly you have a connected device. Yeah. Security from 30 years ago.
I mean, I think it has a lot to do. I'm a little bit older. I grew up in the 1900s, and my parents grew up in the Great Depression, and I think largely was true of the industrial age. You built things to last.
Right.
You build a piece of equipment, you want it to last 20, 30 years.
Right.
Not so in our world.
Right.
We're expected to refresh everything in 12 to 18 months or something like that. And I still have a hard time with that. I had my last smartphone for like 7 years and it finally bricked.
Yep.
And I brought it in to get a new one. They're like, holy crap, how old is this thing?
Yep.
It was like a S4 and now I got a 24.
Yeah.
So, but that's me. But I grew up with a mentality of you buy something and you make it last. You fix it if it's broken. You don't just throw it out and get a new one.
Yeah, and I think there's an element to that, right? Like if you have a super expensive machine that you spent millions and millions of dollars on, and you're like, you have to replace that entire thing. Still works, still does its actual function well, but is insecure from a cyber perspective. That's like a hard pill to swallow.
Well, I mean, it's the conundrum of the internet age, because the internet wasn't designed for security. It was designed for speed and communication and convenience and connectivity.
Right.
And it's a whole lot easier now to connect remotely to your sites that are miles and miles away across a county or across a state.
Right.
And we haven't quite figured out how to make the connection. But so what is Imprivata doing to try to help make that type of scenario more secure?
Yeah. So we do a few things, but the mission at Imprivata for the most part is to ensure that access is simple and secure.
Okay.
And so there's this dynamic that we see, across most all industries, and particularly, these critical industries like manufacturing, like healthcare, where the risk environment is continually escalating, and so security teams are saying we have to introduce more security, more strict security, higher levels of security. And the first question they ask, which is the wrong question, I think, is how do we get our users to then adopt this new layer of security?
Right.
The first question they should ask is, do we need to burden our users with that? It's like, yes, we have to raise security, of course, because we don't want to have a ransomware attack. We don't want to get breached in some way. We don't want data exfiltration. But do we need to pass that security burden on to those end users?
Right.
And so my argument is hopefully the answer is no, right? That's the promise and magic of software and technology and hardware, is that you can do increasingly more amazing things without requiring burden on end users.
I think my first question would be, how many users even need access to the equipment? How many maintainers and administrators do you need?
Well, but even end users, like if you think in shift work end users in manufacturing, healthcare, they have shared workstations, they have shared mobile stations, they have operating technology, right? There's equipment.
Right. So we're not just talking manufacturing.
Right. Yeah, we're talking about sort of generically access.
Okay. Well, and you brought up healthcare. You do a lot there, and that's not critical infrastructure, but that's critical.
It's a critical industry.
Industry, yeah. Okay.
And if you really think about the way that those, the folks operating there, they're very good at their jobs, but they're not necessarily technologists. They're connecting into a shared workstation.
Right.
They have a shared mobile device to do, maybe charting or something on. They're, connecting into MRI machines to run scans.
Sure.
And so you want to make sure all of those, devices and so that workflow stays streamlined and safe. But those users are gonna scream if you say, every time you touch the MRI machine, you have to username and password. You also have to, catch a token, type something in,
right,
and then go.
My day job's in the consulting world. I don't do the healthcare stuff directly, but I'm adjacent to it, and I know one of the big arguments is, person on the operating table is flatlining. We need instant access to his records to find out, what drug is going to bring him back to life. And you can't be like, well, I have to enter my 32-character password, but multi-factor authentication.
Yeah, exactly.
Meanwhile, flatline.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So
I think we all get that intuitively.
Yeah. So when you think about that, escalating risk environment, the fact that more and more healthcare systems and manufacturing systems are being targeted by these really well-funded, mature,
not to nitpick, but are they targeted or are they just convenient targets of opportunity because they can be successful, the bad guys?
I think that's both.
Yeah.
I think it's it's very useful.
Semantic, probably.
Going back to the COVID dynamic and ransomware gangs attacking. There was a uptick in attacks at healthcare during COVID from ransomware, because that I think they're taking a cold, rational sort of business perspective of it. You take over a hospital during a pandemic, you're going to get paid fast. Right. So that becomes a lucrative target.
And I've heard that there used to be sort of a code of ethics that let's not touch those things,
which is gone. Right.
But now you've heard this before. Well, it's just business. It's nothing personal. We can make a lot of money here.
Yes.
So what if somebody dies?
So there's been that. Right. So there has been that transition a little bit. So I do think that they're targeted because especially ransomware gangs, is the pain that you can inflict, and therefore sort of the how rapidly you can then get paid out for that attack is pretty quick, right? If you take out a regional healthcare system, they're going to need to get back to operation really quickly, or else that you're risking lives, right? And that's a really high cost to pay.
So talk a little bit about, you mentioned you're trying to provide secure access. access controls, especially privileged access
Yep.
controls, without burdening the user.
Yep.
Flesh that out a little bit. How's that working?
So one of it is to just take a look back at the modalities and the workflows of how people are operating, and giving optionality to those workflows. And so if you go back to say that nurse case, nurse accessing a workstation, you need multi-factor authentication. Passwords are bad, right? Passwords are like one of the worst, slowest factors of authentication. But if they can tap a FIDO badge and have their face scanned and do a biometric,
Right.
and it takes about 1.5 seconds to log in in a secure way, that's like a win-win scenario.
Right.
It is way more secure and it's way faster. Right. And that's like one of our sort of a core example of how we make that easier and faster. And I think solutions like that is what people should continually look for when they get to that point. They're like, I need to mature my security program, I need to mature what I'm doing here. Is can you chase both like efficiency, simplicity, and the elevation of security?
Not to go off on a tangent, but I have geeked out on authentication more than one occasion. Years ago, it was right before COVID, I was in line at the airport and I'm standing in the TSA line looking at the clear line, and I'm thinking, okay, they're doing biometrics, I'm doing, which is one form of authentication.
Right.
I'm doing something I have, a boarding pass, an ID card. Of course, nowadays TSA is also doing the facial recognition. But I was like, okay, this is one form of authentication. That's another form of authentication. And traditionally, there was something that you have, something you know, something you are. And I thought, is one of the three inherently more secure than the other? So I did the research. Of course, none of this existed 25 years ago, because we weren't logging on to networks. But I learned that it was always from the very beginning understood that passwords were the weakest.
Yes.
But it was kind of all there was back then. And from the beginning, biometrics were acknowledged as the best. Well, actually, the three-letter agencies wanted to have some sort of cryptographic hardware device, key fob, something around, the RSA key. For how many years did we have it? But biometric was always sort of the holy grail.
Right.
Now we're there.
Right.
Now we have it available.
Yeah, and if you think about it, it's like you can always share your password. Right. If you have some sort of secret, something you can share that.
Yep.
And then you suddenly weaken that sort of factor of authentication.
You can share it. It can be intercepted.
If you have a badge, like a FIDO badge, you can share that. Right. And so then so that like fundamentally is weaker. It's really hard to share your face. Right, it's like really hard to share your fingerprints.
Mission Impossible movies might disagree with you.
Yeah, old school face-off movie, right? Like just go through surgery. And so I agree. And those are also much easier to use. But one of the interesting things I think that we've seen over the last 10 years is like facial biometrics were not well, sort of like not well adopted.
Right.
If you were to talk to someone in manufacturing or even someone in healthcare, and you're like, hey, we're going to scan every nurse or doctor's face for authentication, they'd say, whoa, we can't do that. There's privacy concerns, there's all sorts of concerns. Our population won't take that.
Right.
And then, comes the iPhone, comes Android, and like everything is facial authentication and Face ID, and people love that, and they use that in their daily lives. Clear, right? Like all these other things in our, common world, like the consumer world, show up using facial biometrics, and suddenly it's much more well tolerated and adopted in those industries, just because the population got sort of used to them. But I do think they're a great avenue for sort of doing that passwordless journey of making sure that things stay secure, get simpler.
And it makes sense. And I guess to some degree what I'm hearing you say, and I think I would agree with it, that a full-blown biometric is as secure as multi-factor in certain scenarios where there's other factors like speed and not just convenience, but we got to get this. Healthcare is just a no-brainer. So you guys are offering that. You're focused on balancing the risk of. You're describing it as the inconvenience, but I would describe it as the imperative. I got to get my job done. I can't be slowed down.
Yeah, there's multiple layers to that. So there's some, legacy apps and services that are always going to use passwords.
Right.
So we one of the things that we do is we autofill those passwords, log you in. So it's like we make it feel passwordless because we can manage that.
So transparent to the user.
Fingerprint, facial, a badge of some sort, like a secure badge of some sort,
right?
And like continuing to look at different modalities, like how we can incorporate those, depending on the workflow, right? Depending on who's doing what, where are the cameras available, or are they not? Like, what is, if we think that there's 6 to 8 modalities of authentication, how do we mix and match those to make the most efficient sort of workflow and use case for it?
Now, we talked a little bit about the different categories of critical infrastructure and the emphasis. Healthcare. There are healthcare regulations. There are security controls they need to meet. I don't know that that's necessarily the case for all the critical infrastructure that's out there, but I'm assuming that you guys work within the boundaries of the existing regulations to make sure that organizations are meeting the requirements, but in a way that you're not impeding the business operations.
Yeah, and I think that's like I'm also a big fan of, regulations as they make sense. Like, to me, they sort of start to raise the floor of an industry. You think like...
let's cut to the chase. Most organizations are only going to do what they have to do.
Right.
Because it costs money.
Right, and you have to raise the floor. You have to do it in a mindful way. Sometimes, regulations have, let's say, clauses that are asinine and they need to be removed.
Right.
But often it sort of raises that floor for the entire industry.
Right.
Like for the public sector, CGIS does a pretty good job of that, and they continue to sort of revise that. For power generation, there's NERC and FERC. For healthcare, there's HIPAA.
Right.
There's a number of sort of regulatory initiatives that have helped sort of raise the floor on security, particularly these like critical industries that aren't necessarily technology industries.
Right.
That without that nudge may or may not mature their security programs.
Gotcha. Well, unfortunately, we're out of time.
Okay.
We've blown away because I want to keep talking. I didn't even get to the question I wanted to ask him, but. If you want to have more information about Imprivata, sorry, I was brain fart this morning. More information about Imprivata, go to securityweekly.com/Imprivata, IMPRIVATA, RSAC. And for information about our broadcasting here at RSA Conference 2025, you can go to securityweekly.com/RSAC. Joel, thanks for our conversation this morning.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
We'll be back shortly with the next interview.
Welcome to RSAC Conference 2025. We're here recording live from the CyberRiskTV Studio and Broadcast Alley at Moscone West. I'm your host, Mandy Logan, and joining me for this interview is Deepen Desai, CSO and Head of Security Research at Zscaler. Welcome, Deepen.
Thank you.
Thank you, and I am so glad. I'm always happy when I get to see you and hear, because research is fascinating to me. That is more of my home or my milieu. So I am thrilled to see actually this very interesting phishing report that you just released. I believe you were one of the authors on it as well.
Yeah, it's my team that did a lot of work, but I was
Right.
very close to it. Yes.
Okay, so speaking about the phishing side, I want to go back a few steps because we know at the conference and as all of industry is adjusting to AI-assisted defenses, or actually having to try to secure the AI agents and even LLMs that they are using consistently. I want to know from the top right now, what is something that you are most encouraged by that Zscaler is doing in helping the clients cope with the AI-assisted attacks?
Great question. So, look, when it comes to AI, there are two aspects that we help out with. Every organizations globally are on AI adoption journey to become more efficient, improve efficacy across different areas. Over there, Zscaler will help ensure that we securely enable organizations to adopt those AI applications. So you're able to apply data loss prevention, you're able to apply TLS inspection, you're able to make sure nothing good leaks out that you don't want to leak out. And then also you're able to identify those shadow AI applications that you have not sanctioned to be leveraged in the environment. The second aspect is where the bad guys are also leveraging AI to target organizations, right? And that's where my guidance to my peers has always been, you need to lean in on a platform. Zscaler is one of them where we will leverage AI to fight AI, but there is no AI solution right now that is perfect. The keyword that I mentioned is leverage, right? It's not going to replace humans. It's going to allow you to do things with high efficacy, high efficiency, but it's part of the solution. So the second piece, which is even more important to do right now, as we wait for the AI-based defense to evolve, organizations must reduce complexity, simplify their network. And this is where the zero trust everywhere strategy becomes very important. Because if you do implement zero trust, you're shutting down vectors for AI-driven attacks, for any kind of threat actors.
And if I remember correctly, Zscaler integrates really well with several IAM platforms. Are you able to hear me okay?
No.
Okay. If I remember correctly, Zscaler is able to integrate very easily with several identity management platforms.
Yes.
Now, with the rise of AI-assisted phishing attacks becoming increasingly targeted, first, can you mention some information from your reports on findings regarding that, but then also give our audience more information on how and why identity management and Zscaler are more effective for their end goal?
Great question. So one of the key findings that we saw in the phishing report this time is the volume of attacks went down. Globally, I believe that was 20% lower year over year. We see a clear shift from volumetric attack to high quality attacks. This is where the threat actors are leveraging AI to craft very targeted emails. They're trying to bring in context of what's going on at that time for that organization before they come up with that phishing template.
Right.
They will use regional language, local information when they target certain regions of that company. So clear shift from volumetric to quality. We also are seeing hybrid approaches where, traditional way of performing phishing attacks is sending a link, and then the guidance we always give is don't click on that link.
Right.
But now you may get a phone call, you may get a voice message on your WhatsApp, right? And that is followed by traditional way of doing phishing, but they establish that trust by making that phone call that, oh, okay, this is this person, and then the chance of employee falling for those type of attacks go up. So we're seeing many of those hybrid attacks increasing as well. So these are some of the findings that we highlighted in the report as well. And then, look, the things like adversary in the middle attacks, where they're able to evade some of the weaker forms of MFA, it still is happening. So FIDO2 compliant MFA is the push that I have always been asking
Yes.
all the peers to do. Yeah.
Oh, I fully agree on that. And going back, you were talking about email security protocols, and from your report, I was encouraged by the fact that you showed DMARC as one of the protocols that had helped reduce phishing by, I think it was 31.8%.
Yeah, one of the major changes that we saw, and this is, again, we're not able to accurately attribute this was the reason, but it makes sense. So for instance, Google's Gmail, it stopped the feature that allows you to do bulk send,
Yes.
where you're able to send to 100 plus thousand destination addresses. So that bulk send feature was stopped. So it basically resulted in reduction in spam messages being sent out. And Google themselves also pointed out some of the numbers because of this, what the impact was. That is one of the reasons, and like you said, the more secure protocol adoption is another reason where we believe. But I would also like to point out that generative AI usage by these bad guys is definitely another reason where why do volumetric attacks when the chance of people clicking through is significantly reduced when you're not using that context? The chance of them clicking goes up significantly when you use it.
Oh yes, with the hyper targeted attacks, and like you mentioned, what I took part from your report was that phishing was kind of the number one thing that you were calling out for teams to really zero in on, to really focus in on, and it seems to me, looking at surveying what products are out there. In fact, yesterday I was doing more research on one that was about being able to detect deep fakes more quickly. First, have you seen many effective adoptions of anything across industry that is helping with deep fakes? Or is this also what sandboxing within Zscaler helps handle?
So sandboxing is different, and I'll walk you through that as well. But so deepfake detection, there are many startups in that space. I'm not sure if we are there yet, where every single, because just like you're using AI to generate those deepfake content, you're using AI to detect that, and then you're using AI to evade that detection, and then you're using AI to again. So that cat and mouse game will keep going on. Now, phishing is just a starting point.
Right.
They could use phishing, they could then send you a link, they manage to make the employee click on that link. The next stage often involves compromise of an identity or compromise of an asset by deploying a malware payload, which is, again, it could be very customized for the destination company that they're targeting. So this is where a sandboxing technology comes in, because sandbox is where you are able to detonate the payload in a controlled environment. You observe all the activity that the payload will perform, and based on that, you're able to convict whether it's a malware or a clean file.
Right.
And what has traditionally happened is sandboxing technology is old. People would use it as a point product, which means they will allow the user to download the file, and sandboxing happens in parallel. And then 5, 7, 10 minutes later, sandbox will say, oh, this file was bad. And then they have to go back and clean up that patient zero.
Right.
And the speed at which the attacks are evolving, it may already be late by then. So the way we do it is we're able to hold that file. We are able to prevent that patient zero infection from happening while that sandboxing is in progress. We may even use technologies
And
like...
for the end user, what do they see? What is experienced at that moment?
Great question. So it could be one of the two. Some of the organization will use browser isolation. So
Okay.
they will serve stream of pixels. So the user is able to see the content, but no active content gets downloaded on the endpoint until the sandboxing
okay.
is complete. Or it could be an end user notification page that says, hey, the file that you were trying to download was deemed suspicious. It's going through sandboxing. As soon as its analysis is complete, the download will resume. So it could
And
be
do
either
you
or.
have, sorry to cut you off there, but do you have an estimate of time, usually how long that sandboxing process is?
So sandboxing involves running the actual file.
Right.
Now, if the file is seen for the very first time, it can take up to 5 to 7 minutes.
Okay.
If you have seen the file before, once that sandboxing is complete, within 30 seconds, we're able to propagate that information globally. So we will not do that sandboxing again because we know the file is convicted. So in that case, it's split second.
Okay, so and for security teams and end users, during that sandboxing time, they're able to still use every other application process, other browser tabs, anything else that's on their machine.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And then the automatic protocols allow, if it has been found to be benign, it's released,
Yes.
and they continue forward.
Correct.
Okay.
Exactly.
And then that adds to your data on everything that needs to be addressed or allowed across all of your users, right?
Yes, because once we build a reputation for a file, it gets propagated to all global organizations that are going through Zscaler. So to give you some perspective, on any given day, we're seeing about 500 plus million new unique files hitting our sandboxing global clusters.
Well, I do. It was 9 billion that are blocked, threats that are blocked a day, right?
Yes, so sandboxing is payload detonation. The 9 billion piece that you're talking about is threats and policy blocks that
Okay.
we're enforcing on a daily basis, which is, again, a huge number. It could be, yeah.
That is huge when I think of that. And I try to think of like your server setup and everything else that you have going on. And it's incredibly impressive. But please go back to what you were speaking on here for the, was it 500,000 new pieces of material gained each day?
So 500 million
500
plus
million, yes.
payloads
Okay.
hitting our sandboxes. So,
Oh.
so we will learn about those payloads and then we'll propagate that intelligence globally. That way we don't have to detonate those files again. Again, going back to phishing, right? Like I said, phishing is a starting point. We have seen them calling your IT help desk. We've seen them calling your employees to gain trust and then make them do certain things to compromise identity, compromise a machine. Then they will plant these malware.
Right.
Then they will try to move around within the environment. What all things are reachable from that first machine, first identity that was compromised. And then the end goal is always to reach crown jewel applications. The applications which are mission critical for that organization, where there is data that could hurt that brand if the bad guys are able to exfiltrate that. So that's the typical playbook that we see. It just starts with phishing.
Excellent. Now I want to go back. You mentioned earlier in our conversation about TLS inspection. Can you give us just a little bit more information on that?
Great question. So look, more than 90% of the traffic that is internet bound is TLS encrypted. TLS encryption provides privacy to the end user when they're browsing internet. So nobody's able to eavesdrop. But then the bad guys are also using that same encrypted channel to serve bad stuff and also to exfiltrate good stuff from these organizations, which is where TLS inspection on many of these URL categories become very important, because otherwise you're not able to detect those phishing pages,
Okay.
or you're not able to detect the data or even identity being stolen from your environment. So that's why TLS inspection becomes crucial. And we're able to do that at scale without having to worry about compute resources, because again, we have multiple point presence on that aspect.
Wonderful. So in our last few seconds here, what is one key takeaway from the phishing report and from what you're seeing in the field with it dealing with AI-assisted defenses, or actually, I guess, helping the companies protect their AI assets? What's one main key takeaway for our audience?
Yeah, look, every single CXO must think about having a proper security and governance framework to protect their AI adoption. That's one. I'm going to give you two.
Go for it.
Second one is they must also have a plan to protect against AI-driven threats, because they will see them. We're already starting to see them across the board. whether it's phishing, vishing, malware being delivered, data exfiltration, there will be use of AI by bad guys to perform many of these things. So you need to have an architecture like zero trust to make sure you're A, using AI to fight AI, and B, you're reducing those attack paths by implementing zero trust.
Oh, excellent. Deepen, thank you so very much for joining us.
Thank you.
To find out more about Zscaler, please visit securityweekly.com/Zscaler RSAC. For all RSAC 2025 coverage by CyberRisk Alliance, please visit securityweekly.com/RSAC. Thanks again, Deepen, for the conversation. And to all of our audience, please stick around. We'll be back right after the break with more interviews live from the RSAC Conference 2025.
Great.
Welcome to the RSAC Conference 2025. We're here live in the CyberRiskTV Studio from Broadcast Alley at Moscone West. There's a lot of Moscones, so you have to kind of try to keep up with them and try to make sense of all that stuff. I'm Doug White, and joining me for this interview is Jordan Avnaim, the CISO of Entrust.
Thank you, Doug. Great to be here. Happy to talk to you about post-quantum cryptography and how AI is changing our cybersecurity world.
Yeah, I'm like 100% on board with. I was reading like the things you had put down, and I'm 100% on board with post-quantum, computing. I'm completely on board and happy that NIST started having people put together potential algorithms 15 years ago, because part of that was, wow, somebody's doing something the right way for a change, not after it happened, not after a big disaster. So I'm really solid with this being a big priority for organizations, which I think, and so you just came up with a cryptographic security platform.
Yep.
And can you maybe tell me a little bit about what that is and why that's important?
Absolutely. So our cryptographic security platform is a one-stop shop for enterprises to control their cryptographic keys, their certificates, and their secrets across both hybrid cloud, multi-cloud, and on-prem environments.
So this is going to be one of the big problems, right? As you move into this the quantum age. But as you start moving that direction, which Jeff and I were talking about that this morning about how I used to say, well, it's probably 3 to 5 years. But then I was talking to somebody yesterday and they said, yeah, but you don't forget we could sell you quantum computing out of the cloud. And I'm like, oh, wait. So I'm going to revise that.
Let's talk about that.
So, I would ask you that question, what do you think that time frame is?
So I separate it between large nation states who have abundance of resources and perhaps the availability of quantum computing to the rest of us. And for nation states, I foresee that's going to be in about the 5 year mark. I think it's going to come pretty quickly. For the larger masses, it's probably going to be in the 10-year mark. However, we know that threat actors are doing what's called harvest now and decrypt later.
Oh yeah.
So the call to action is now for enterprises to put together how they want to solve for this and the solutions they need to protect their data today.
Well, I'm always telling people that they need a data flow diagram for cryptography. Not just we have a database or we have a bunch of files, but now we need to know where our crypto tokens, all the things we use crypto for, where are those things located and how do we manage it? Which sounds like that's sort of where you're going, is to get that data flow diagram that a lot of people have never thought about before. Really. Just when I go to them and say, do you know where your data is? They're like, there's some over there, I think. Now we're going to them and saying, do you know where your tokens are?
Yeah.
And they're going, I've had people go,
what's that?
When you say tokens, and you're like, uh-oh, this is going to be bad.
So let's talk quickly about how enterprises can prepare for quantum computing and specifically the transition to post-quantum cryptography. The first step in this process is what I call the pre-planning stage. And that is where we as a security leadership need to gain the attention of our fellow executives and start talking about why this is an issue, the risks it poses to our organization, and start aligning resources, budgets, and strategies to get it done. Then, like you said, we need to take an inventory. We need to understand where within our enterprise our cryptographic assets exist, and then after the third step was we need to start prioritizing. We know not all of our cryptographic assets and our data is created equally. We want to prioritize the data that has the longest shelf life because of that harvest now decrypt later, right? We want to protect that for the long term. And then after we know how we're prioritizing the data, we've set that in place, we want to create a roadmap. We want to look at where we're going from start to finish, the checkpoints, the journeys, the outcomes, and then most importantly, last but not least, we want to test our PQC, our post-quantum cryptography, before we start using it. How many times have we seen folks try something new, try it in production first, and oops, it breaks it, right? We want to make sure we're testing that first.
Well, get along. For years, so I was going to ask you, so do you think, and you can say no, because I don't know how, I really don't know how I feel about this. Do you think that leading into some of that, I agree with you on everything you said, maybe some tabletops or
Yes.
even live fire exercises, because when I was doing disaster stuff, you know, if you go to people, if I come to you and I say, do you have backups? You go, yes, we do. I mean,
Always is yes.
Are they good? Yes. Are they encrypted? Yes. Are they safe from all harm? Yes. And you know, they want you to then walk away. And then when you go, let's go get some. You know, pick a server, any server. We're gonna restore. And they're like, wait, no, we don't do that. So do you think like a maybe a live
Yes.
fire with this would help?
Absolutely. Control validation is key here. What you're referring to is the control validation process. That's how we know our controls are working.
Yep.
And it's not just for PQC, it's all the other controls in our environment, the identity verification controls, every control in our environment, we should be testing on a continual basis based upon risk, based upon our environment tolerance, and based upon our programs.
Yeah, I completely agree, because I just think if you're out there and you're thinking about this, and you should be thinking about this,
Absolutely.
you probably do need to be starting with this conversation, and then maybe a tabletop to get an idea, and then maybe a live fire to say, okay, we need to find all these things, and which ones are we not finding, and what do we not know about, and on and on and on.
Absolutely right.
So another thing that you had mentioned was about this involving deep fakes and all this, because this is another part of disaster planning that we used to do, which is, you know, this social engineering component. And we were just testing them in a very limited way, but now it's become much more complicated, because I always thought this, though, I will tell you, I'm gonna tell you, I thought this for a long time.
You were ahead of the time.
Well, you know, I was thinking, like, what if somebody could, and I wasn't thinking this far ahead, I was like, what if somebody could pretend to be somebody else? And I've done that. I mean, I did a pen test once where I went in the front lobby, talked to the security guard. I said, my uncle is Mr. and the names are on the phone. I was like, my uncle is Mr. Wallace, the CEO, and he's out in the limo. He's really mad. He wants me to get his briefcase. Cool. And the guy was like, you know where his office is, right? I'm like, yeah,
Absolutely.
It's in Suite 907. I'll be right back. You know, and I went upstairs. The goal was just to steal a piece of stationery out of this guy's office. But I mean, I was thinking about that even then, and social engineering has revolved around that kind of sort of fakery all along. But now you start talking about deep fakes and synthetic personalities. I love that term.
Yeah.
I feel like one. I mean, so where is that going?
We know that deep fakes and synthetic identities, is what we're calling it, are on the rise. And Doug, this is a big problem thanks to generative AI. Generative AI is readily available for us on smartphones. You can download it on your mobile device. Ease, it's free. These products are available. You can go to a website.
Buy some time.
You don't even need to buy it. It's literally
you get it for free.
And these synthetic identities are causing a huge challenge for us. And so to combat that, what organizations need to do is adopt a multi-tiered, multi-layered approach to ensure that the identity of their customers is verified throughout the journey. So let's talk about the journey real quick. The beginning of the journey, the onboarding of the journey, is really most important. That's where you want to detect these synthetic identities first, so you can prevent the deepfakes as well, so you can prevent that from continuing down the onboarding journey for the customer. Then once the customer is onboarded, we also know we want to continue to validate their identity with multi-factor multi-factor MFA, multi-factor authentication, as well as PKI, so we can validate the identity as well as the device identity they're coming from. And during this process, what that does is it starts to create an environment where we can, using artificial intelligence and AI identity verification solutions, we can start understanding when there's an imbalance in the risk, and we can start pop-up authentications during high-value transactions or high-risk transactions that the user needs to verify themselves again.
How does that change in quantum? I mean, as we shift from I've always, so pre-quantum.
Today.
Well, no, let's go back a little further than that.
10 years?
You know, even modern stuff. I walked into a facility, there was a guy standing there, and he looked at the color of my badge.
Sure.
And said, you have this color badge. That's one check mark. He then looked at my photograph and said, you seem to look like the person in this photograph. Yeah. And then they scanned a badge. I put my hand on the reader, and they said, I think this is sufficient, but we'll repeat it 2 or 3 times before you actually get to your office, because, you know, this is this. So that's one world. And that was pretty effective, but not at scale. You know, works fine when you got 12 people going through there every day. You got 12,000, it's going to be a bit of a problem, although they could probably do that too, because you just keep hiring more and more guards.
Exactly right.
And then we moved into this, like, what now, which is just sort of tokens and things like that, which I think there's a great range on that. Everything from like, oh yeah, this is just an unencrypted token that, you know, some coder wrote and it says if X equals 17, connect.
Sure.
To crypto tokens that we do have now.
Yep.
So I mean, even currently there's a lot of problems with this. So as we move into this future, where are the big problems going to be?
It's the speed and scale that these attacks are coming at us. So we know
That's
today,
true, yeah.
with our current set of AI tool set, these come at us relatively frequently.
Mm-hmm.
Tomorrow, with post-quantum computing, I'll say quantum computing, we know the threat actors are going to have that available to them, and they're going to be firing off these perfect phishing emails at us at speed and scale that are going to be alarming to us.
Right.
So our technologies, our AI-enabled security protocols need to advance along with that to meet or exceed that of the threat actors. And that's going to be the challenge for us. That is the challenge for us today.
No, I agree, because I mean, I think this all comes back to trust, right?
Absolutely.
Because I have been saying that for years as well, which I really wish we had a way that we could know who was who. I mean, if I go on a website, I think it would be great if we had a way to say these are authenticated users. These are, yeah, okay, here's a bunch of clowns, and you could listen to them or not, but we don't know who they are. They chose to pass. And I mean, do you think that's sort of this future? At least, I don't think there'll ever be a non-anonymous future, but
No.
I mean, in this sort of corporate environment, I really need to know that I'm talking to you, or I'm talking to him, or that instruction came from me, because I saw a case where they called me about forensics on this, and of course the answer was really like, sorry, you're screwed. But they got deep faked.
Yeah.
It was just a voice deep fake, and it sounded like the CEO, and this accounting clerk received a phone call and said, I need you to change these routing numbers, and I need them changed right now.
Yeah, urgency.
And and this person didn't really know the CEO. It was going to be sort of strange, and the person sort of panicked and did it, and $150,000 was gone in a second. And they were calling me, going, "How do we get this money back?" And I'm like, "Well, first you need an army, and you're going to need some boats, because the person that did this is probably not
nowhere near
next
us."
Door. Yeah. So I mean, how do we beat these kind of things? So when I get a call from you as my superior, how do I know it's you?
Yeah, good question. So there's push authentication that you can do. There's identities. Identity is verified in multi-stages throughout the process. So we can have AI-enabled identity verification that is using your smartphone, using your computer, using other methodologies that uses AI to validate that you are the person sitting behind the phone, sitting behind the computer that matches our enrolled credentials for you.
Okay.
Once that's verified, then you can provide that satisfaction, that guarantee, that gratification to the person that you're requesting this of, so that they know that it's you're authentic. Now, what's important is this can occur throughout many life cycles in our process. It's not just through, hey, I'm the CEO, I need you to do this payment for me now. It also could be for privileged access.
Well,
Step up off, right? Like our database administrator needs to go in and oops, we made a mistake, we need to modify this database query right now. But before we're going to give them that entitlement to do that, in real time, we're going to push something on their smartphone. They're going to look at it, they're going to turn their face, they're going to do a liveliness check, and that's going to validate and verify that that DBA is actually the one who wants to issue that command. Okay. They do it, it lives for maybe 5 minutes, however long we decide, and then it times out and they have to log back in and do it based on the criticality or the severity of that.
Yeah, I mean, and all that stuff's always kind of frustrating. I mean, that's the way security works, right? I mean, it's just like I can't get in this building without going past a guard and a scanner and all these things, and okay, that's the trade-off.
It is a trade-off.
How do you use the same kind of thing to validate documents? So like in today's terms, like a digital signature, that technically should be legit. I mean, anything can be faked, but so this would be a more advanced version of that.
Let's go back to the onboarding process, because we know during customer onboarding, if a customer gets frustrated with the process, we know that they're going to bounce, right? And it's really high numbers. Like we know that if you try to enroll for a new bank account and you're frustrated about the enrollment process, you're going to go, you know what? Forget this. I'm going to go somewhere else with my banking needs.
Yeah.
So where AI comes into play here, it seamlessly, very quickly in the back end, within a matter of seconds, less than a minute, can validate the documents you're showing with the identity, your physical presence in front of that device is the same, and it matches it seamlessly. And it's no longer you have to go down to the bank to open up an account. It's no longer you have to submit documents in person, let them photocopy your passport.
Right.
That all happens virtually from the comfort of your home and makes the enrollment process for our customers
I mean,
much
so that's
easier.
just like literally like this, look at your phone
It's
and you're
that
good
simple.
to go. Okay.
Going back to the deepfake thing and this topic, I invite you to come to our Entrust booth. We have demos set up where you can see these actions happening in real time. You can see the simplicity of it. It's absolutely fantastic.
Okay. Do you have kittens?
No comment.
Sorry, I couldn't resist.
Yeah.
If you don't know, we were talking earlier about there's some booths on the expo floor that have like goats and puppies.
Puppies.
I'm like,
it
it's
is
not
cheating.
fair.
It is
It's
cheating.
cheating, and you're evil. But I'll be over there later. Yeah, but thank you so much. So thanks, Jordan. Really appreciate it. Great conversation. Obviously, we could talk for a lot longer, but we can't. If you want to find out more, please visit all of our RSAC 2025 coverage by going to securityweekly.com/EntrustRSAC, which is a nice landing page somebody put together. Thanks, and we'll be back in a little bit with even more conversations.
Thank you, Doug. Appreciate your time.
You bet. Welcome back to RSAC Conference 2025. We're here in the CyberRiskTV Studio and Broadcast Alley at Moscone West, not east, north, or south. I don't think there is an. Is there an east? I don't know. I'm your host, Doug White. Joining me for this interview is Pej Roshdan, who is the Chief Marketing Officer of Menlo Security. Hi.
How's it going? Thanks for having me.
It's great. Yeah, thanks for coming down here. That's really fun. We love having great guests on here. And I was reading all your stuff, and I thought, wow, this is a good conversation, because I have these conversations with my clients all the time. And one of the first things that you had on your sheet was talking about neural nets, which I was immediately like, well, I like that. I mean, I love neural nets. I mean, a lot. Probably too much. like there was this whole restraining order thing, but we got over that. And you were also talking about phishing and ransomware, and I'm just like the scamaholic. So this is stuff I talk about on my shows all the time. And then, because I do the news, and I talk about this stuff every week. I mean, so much, it's almost gotten numb. You know, it's like, it was like breaches. You know, originally when I was doing the news, we were like, there was a breach this week. Now it's like, yeah, there was 8,472. And then we just got like, okay, yeah, just assume there were breaches.
Yes, for sure.
And so now we're back to this. So, I mean, you guys are working on neural nets to prevent ransomware and phishing.
That is one of the core areas of our offerings. Yeah, is using not machine learning, but neural networking, the AI, the true AI aspect, to learn, understand, and be able to quickly interpret in real time what's legitimate, what's not, what's high risk for enterprises as they operate.
And so, I mean, I had this philosophy forever that humans are always going to fall for scams. I mean, they always have. I mean, since the dawn of time. I was standing on this pier one time in Haifa in Israel, and there were people trying to sell me fake jewelry and stuff. And I was thinking, you know, these guys conned like Egyptian sailors thousands of years ago, and people are still falling for this today. And phishing doesn't seem to be abating. It's getting worse. AI is making it possible for, I was just in the last session talking about deep fakes and creating phishing on the fly. That's, you know, almost interactive phishing that really sounds appealing. And so how do we, you're trying to take the human element out?
I think it's fair to say, to your point, that we should continue to educate folks to try to discern what's real and what's not real, what looks suspect, and so on. But people are going to click. That's just a given. They are going to be the weakest link in the chain. And so it's important to have a good preemptive and proactive solutions for phishing, ransomware, and malware. And where the use of AI comes into play is, look, to your point, I think the notion of post-breach detect and respond is proven to have failed. So you just said, you know, we used to talk about the breach of the week. Now it's how many thousands of breaches have occurred. I read, I believe it was either Gartner or Forrester is saying that in 2024 alone, phishing attacks increased 200%. That's triple what happened in 2023. And 80% of those are 0-hour attacks. So there's no signature in any database that you can use to reference off of for the detection. So there has to be something preventative. There has to be something proactive that's stopping it before you let the burglar get into your house. And that's where AI comes into play. We're rabid believers that well-trained AI can detect a suspected phishing, ransomware, or malware attack before the user's able to interact with it. And that's I think where the real value lies.
Yeah, so let's just say there's like a phishing email is coming in. I can only filter that on a without what you're talking about. I can only filter that on a signature right now. So unless it's a known phishing letter from a known IP from whatever, I can filter that on a hash or what have you. So as that has changed, I can generate a completely unique document from the bit level up for every single phishing email I want to send with AI. So I can just use whatever. So how do you stop that? I mean, what are you looking at with your neural net that reduces that attack surface?
Again, to keep this, we're painting with broad brushes here to keep it simple.
No, it's fine, absolutely.
There's three core elements to what we'll do. One is we have a novel approach to the use of AI, which is computer vision, right? That's a very common use for AI detection.
Absolutely.
We will correlate between the logo that's on the page that's popping up, and probably comes as no surprise to you that the #1 phished site is Microsoft 365.
Okay, that makes sense.
So correlating the logo to the URL to the mechanics, the content of what's on the page itself. So Menlo Security as a browser security company is looking at the rendered page, inline, and determining what are the components that are running on the page. So correlating between the components. And again, broad brushes here, but do I see the right kind of login prompts that are there, combined with the URL, combined with that logo? And certainly we would do that against well-known logos, but we can also do it against, let's say, your company, right? If your own company's login page, to make sure that that is in fact an authentic page. And because this is being done inline, in the data path, that detection happens in milliseconds. So as the page renders and appears on the user screen, we can block that before they have, or put it in read-only before they have a chance to actually.
That's more sophisticated than I was thinking about. I mean, well, no, it is, because I was thinking, it was my fault. I was thinking more statically, and I really need to be thinking more dynamically, because I think these things could literally get to the point where they're rendering on the fly based on, I don't know, stuff they can siphon out of your browser, and they could render it up just like that.
Absolutely. I mean, the challenge with, if you think about classic security, you've got network security, you have endpoint security, you have the variations of data security and cloud security. Each of them is kind of running in its own, for lack of a better term, a silo. And network security is looking at what's on the wire. Endpoint security is looking at what's interacting with, for lack of a better term, your laptop and OS. But the browser is a very unique and distinct endpoint.
It is.
And if you think about the world that we live in today, what I like to think of as the modern workspace, it's not like 5 years ago where the office was where we went to work, and the office had our server room or data center, and all of those classic infrastructure and endpoint security components were designed to secure what was happening in the office. That's not the world we live in anymore. The office is, let's call it 1/3 of where we work. At home is the other third, and on the road is the other third. And there has to be equivalent fidelity for each of those areas. And applications are now, the preponderance are cloud delivered. I think that's fair to say.
Yep.
And by virtue of that are accessed via the browser. And so the browser is now a legitimate endpoint that has unique security requirements that have to be addressed. So the raw source code that's coming across the wire, network security won't detect what that source code is going to do once it's activated and rendered by the browser. So having a browser security solution that is actively rendering that code on the fly and determining whether there's active content that is suspicious and yanking it out before it renders on the end user's browser is key. Because again, users are going to click. They're going to succumb, and so you want to take that off the table.
Yeah, I mean, basically, so that becomes behavioral, and so that's learning from that behavior too. So it's a constantly evolving threat analytics engine.
Yes,
which I like to hear, because I tend to be old-fashioned and think about static, and I go, oh yeah, I can block that IP. 'Cause I was a network person, and that's not going to help now. I mean, the IP is going to shift every 2 seconds, and it's crazy. Yeah,
one of the biggest misconceptions that we fight against is, enterprises will tell us, oh, I have a SWG. A SWG is covering my web security, right? Secure Web Gateway. The name says it all. When in fact, the majority of attacks that are being mounted today are using legacy URL reputation. So attackers are smart. They're birthing and hibernating thousands of valid sites, letting them get categorized. So they'll just blow right by a secure web gateway and render it completely ineffective for all practical purposes. That's why we have those 8,000 breaches a week that you were talking about.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely, because I mean, for years we built like Dan's Guardian boxes and stuff, which were very static. I mean, and even they had a dynamic threat intel model where it's like updated daily or whatever, but I just don't think that stuff keeps up anymore, and that non-intelligent kind of model is going to work. I mean, they're just like structured programming, you know, problem solving, like if this, then that.
Right.
But we need to be more proactive than that, and like you said, the users are going to click, and that's it.
Yeah, I mean, we used to joke, you know, I started my career in networking, and we used to joke that some of these were layer 8 problems, you know, thinking of the OSI model. They are, in fact, the threats are moving higher and higher. Up the stack. So it is imperative to be able to secure the browser, secure the web, because that is, again, where the preponderance of business is happening. And it's not even limited to web. I mean, if you think about all of our jobs, you here, you know, running this show, me and my job in marketing and product, the one manifest that is true is that our job revolves around data, whether it's creating content, whether it's consuming content, whether it's interacting with data on a day-to-day basis. We are judged and assessed in our success and failure of our individual contributions, and the contributions of our company are based off of this data. And ensuring that that data is secured, that data is secure from any infection coming inbound, but also from exfiltration or leakage outbound. That's the second fast. And if you think about it, what's the most likely way for data to leak out these days?
Your browser. It's
going to be through your browser.
Yeah.
So again, having a solid understanding of what's valid, what's allowed, without, you know, here's my gripe, if I may.
Okay. No, you may.
If I may, about the world of cyber, is that it is so fixated on the security aspect, it loses all sight of the usability aspect.
Well, yeah.
Is fair, right? Like, you know, I want to make sure nothing's leaking out, but I'm going to handcuff the people that actually need to get work done.
And that hurts you bad.
That hurt in a significant way, right? Like, how many times have you pulled your hair out trying to do something because you've been blocked?
More than a few.
So making sure that you're able to actually get work done, but do so in a way that's allows you to not be frustrated, to be productive.
Yeah.
And that applies to administrators as well, security administrators. So making sure that I don't have to create unbelievably static policies that take months, if not years, to roll out, only to be revised again.
Well, I mean, just an example of that. In the early days of the internet, so this is like, I don't know, maybe 2000 or something, I was working for a company, and there was a lot of debate back then about, should we allow this at all? You know, I mean, listen, it happened. But there were literally, you know, CEOs, people saying, look, we don't think our company should be connected to this interweb thing. It's just not a good idea.
Right.
And some said, we're going to test it. And so I built this thing for this one company. And if you went to a website, any website at all, it immediately pops up a screen and it says, you just tried to go to whatever. Please enter an explanation for why you were going to this website and explain to us why this is needed for the performance of your job.
A little draconian.
It was my perfect world. Like the iron fist and the iron glove, smashing down in broken glass. It was awesome. But it wasn't well received by the employees, but we got some awesome explanations from people going, I need to go to ESPN to check the mood of my sales clients before I call them. I'm like, right, okay, sure, no. But I mean, this was immediately turned into limiting their job. Now at the time it didn't very much, but very quickly it didn't, right? So this is what you're talking about. This is, and you were calling this browser first. Was this the term that you were using?
Yeah.
It was browser first. And it's become so important that I don't even think we could begin to do that kind of crap now without just creating a really harsh situation.
There are enterprises that still block a large percentage of internet access for that very purpose, right? That the risk is just perceived to be too high. And I think the reality is, if you rely on, again, those old silos of network security and endpoint security and data security, that is the world that you'll be living in. So if you recognize that the modern workspace is a cloud-first, browser-first world, that AI is a fixture that you have to adapt to and not fight, and again, I've talked to CISO after CISO. Here at this event, we still block access to ChatGPT or Copilot or what have you. Yeah. There's hundreds and hundreds of sites, and AI appears in the most innocuous places, right?
Oh, it's everywhere.
Everywhere.
I mean, you don't want it. It's just like, you know.
And agentic is around the corner, and it's going to be not a linear progression, but a multiplicative progression, right? Something logarithmic, and the complexity it's going to add for data leakage. So it's time to start thinking about AI-powered policy creation, ways that allow you to be scalable and making sure that I can secure data from leaking out, but also ensure that users are able to access the tools that they need. I can tell you that my board looks to me and asks me the degree to which I'm using AI tools as a tool for cost savings, to get leverage, to increase what I can output without needing to add additional resource. And you have that on one shoulder and the don't let data leak out. I have people that are taking product content and putting it on ChatGPT to punch it up, and we have to balance the two, and having common sense policies, both written policy as well as the way our data protection policies in place makes a ton of sense.
Well, thank you, Pej Rashnan, for joining us today. If you want to find out more, please visit all our RSAC 2025 coverage, but you can go to www.menlosecurity.com or securityweekly.com/menlosecurityRSAC. Find out more. Thanks for tuning into this. We'll be back with more interviews all day. Thanks, Pej.
Thanks for having me. I had a great time.
Welcome to RSAC Conference 2025. We're here recording live from the CyberRiskTV Studio and Broadcast Alley at Moscone West. I'm your host, Mandy Logan, and joining me for this interview is Bree Frost, Director, Security and IT Ops Curriculum at Pluralsight. Welcome, Bree.
Hi, thank you for having me.
Oh, I'm very, very glad that you are here, and I'm actually incredibly intrigued to hear your take on what are the emerging AI threats, because you're coming at it more from an education and curriculum side and actually looking at what are you seeing in the industry and what needs to be done. So where's your focus? What are you looking at for emerging?
Yeah, I have definitely done some research in the last couple years looking at how attackers are utilizing this technology. And it's interesting, I always go back to historically, all the way back to the Middle Ages of security becomes an attacker breaches some type of security control, and then defenders have to catch up by improving that defense, right? And so right now, we're at an era with this new AI technology where attackers are utilizing it. It is supercharging exploit development, and attackers are utilizing it to increase their attacks at scale with efficiency. And defenders are kind of scrambling to catch up, and I think we'll get there. But right now, I think offensive security is definitely reaping the most benefits in that threat landscape.
Oh, absolutely. Now, it brought to mind something that was in the news last week about AI being able to create a fully functional exploit from a new vulnerability. So we are there. Like, that's not constant, but it is happening already. And I am very intrigued because you have an AI skills report that Pluralsight has put together. We were talking briefly before coming on camera, and I am thinking right now as we realize AI-assisted defense and AI-assisted offense and bad actors, we're all at this beginning point, and the people who are tasked with securing, defending, remediating, it's kind of similar to what I imagine it was like whenever, in the late 80s or early 90s, where the IT person became whoever had typed in their life on a computer.
Yes.
Okay,
Great.
so we are kind of in a similar thing. Now, and that's not the fault of any particular practitioner, but there were some very interesting statistics from your report on how well are the practitioners actually ready to handle the emerging AI threats?
Yeah, I think we're seeing this technology increase at a speed and scale that we've never seen. I think it is increasing faster than education and training can keep up. And so I think it creates kind of that, I know we're talking about that statistic that says like 79% of security professionals overestimate their knowledge of AI, which is terrifying as a statistic in and of itself. But when you think about it, if I say today I have 100% of knowledge on one particular topic in AI, in a week, that topic changes. Like, it evolves, it escalates, it changes at speed.
Right.
And so how do you calculate keeping up with all of that technology as quickly as it's changing? And so it is twofold. I will say, as security professionals, we were talking about like how daunting everything seems right now. Is we already feel like we get alert fatigue and new vulnerabilities and new exploits that are coming out daily, it seems. Yeah. Now you add kind of that layer of AI on top of it. It makes sense that, we're all trying to boast where we are, but in security you have to be really careful, because overestimating your knowledge and your skill set gets dangerous because it immediately opens us up to vulnerabilities. So I think in the industry we need to be a little bit more honest about, I don't know this, I need time to dig into it, and not try to move immediately as quickly as, yes, I know how to do it, yes, I know how to secure this system. If you don't, that's dangerous. And so we need to be careful about understanding with this understanding that this technology is increasing too quickly and that we're all kind of in the same boat together.
Now, is there a disconnect that you're seeing between upper management and executives being able to understand really what it would take for the individual human to be able to learn and keep up?
Yeah, I think at like even an IC level, an individual contributor level working on security, you have one level of specific expertise. And as that gets higher into a manager, director, VP, executive level, all the things that you have to be expected to be an expert on, it expands, right? And so I understand why it says executives are feeling more pressure to be experts on every single topic under that umbrella. I just don't think that that is an acceptable, like we shouldn't have that expectation.
And when you are speaking with individuals now, coming from your background with, well, offensive security, right? You did offensive security in the past.
Yeah.
It was your focus. And if you were jumping into that field today, say I had just graduated college or had just done some preparatory boot camp or something, and you jumped in today, can you give me how would that differ from whenever you entered?
Yeah. I think AI is here to stay.
Right.
And I think it has just it's expanded the threat landscape. So, but it also helps us as a tool, right? So it helps us identify what areas we need to focus on and prioritize, but the underlying technology of how AI, ML, all of that works is going to be just as critical to learn today as ports, protocols, operating systems was back in the day when I first picked up, right? I have a traditional IT background, and we're seeing a lot of cybersecurity professionals kind of jumping into the field without that baseline of inherent implied knowledge on how all of that works. And so it's just kind of caused almost a snowball effect of there's so much inherent knowledge, and now we're adding all the technology needed to identify the artifacts that AI leaves behind to be able to do effective detections. And so just tack on all the fundamentals of how AI technology works. And I think that's probably where we need to start from offensive security professionals learning today, is starting with emulation, starting with AI, and then also, all that long list of implied technology.
And so what is your recommendation for organizations that are realizing understanding AI and its implications has to become a priority more quickly? Is there a defined roadmap or procedures or anything that you would recommend for organizations facing that training gap?
Yeah, I think from a curriculum perspective and a training is curating your processes and your training for that audience is so critical. You have to have something for your entire organization of users. If I'm going to do a security training for your accountants, for your HR reps, for your marketing and sales people, that has to be curated differently on how it's going to be relevant to them and their role and their day-to-day versus your security team, versus your IT team. All of those audiences have different needs, have different interests, and I think we all hear cyber. I truly believe that, my biased opinion is that cybersecurity does need to be a top of mind and a mindset for every organization and all roles within that organization. But you're going to get more effectiveness from your people wanting to learn about cybersecurity, and then on top of that, using secure actions if you curate your training to them.
Excellent. So as we were talking about, being here at RSAC, looking at the audience, looking at the amount of information we're all being given, and as we individually are interfacing with AI agents consistently in our daily lives, the inundation of information and our physical limitations take a toll. So I could see why having targeted curriculum, not only that's intelligent, but it literally is part of the mainstream of keeping an organization going, because you have to keep burnout down. So I am also very encouraged by the fact that in Pluralsight's report on AI skills, that security and fraud detection was in the top 5 of the reasons that AI was going to be adopted. To me, I feel like that kind of is an improvement. That means executive leadership is noticing that security and threat detection is priority. This is a huge thing. For that to be in the top 5 of reasons how do you feel about that? Like, do you, that's the same?
Yeah, I mean, there's so many scary use cases for AI and so many great use cases for AI. And I think kind of similar back to like kind of the first thing I was talking about is like right now we're seeing AI used for exploitative reasons. And I think that immediately triggers kind of executives to focus on security where maybe security wasn't a big focus before. And they're like, it's no longer an acceptable expectation to be proactive with your security measures and processes at all. AI, you can't like hide in just generalized security methods anymore. AI has like changed the name of the game.
And since it has changed the name of the game, can you identify then like 1 to 3 main skills that you think the security professionals need to hone in now?
Yeah, I think when you talk about that, I get a little nervous because when you talk about, you walk the vendor floor here at RSA, my team and I always talk about different buzzwords, right? There's always a different buzzword for every year. You talk about, I think it was zero trust, however many years ago, 5 years ago on the vendor floor at RSA, and this year we're definitely seeing AI-powered attacks. And look at I think you even mentioned AI threat detection. And so the like immediate instinct seems to be, let's fight AI with AI. And I don't think that's the most effective method to do it. I think we need to use traditional detection methods and incident response protocols, but tack on kind of those like fingerprints and like by learning how AI technologies work, those artifacts and like those fingerprints that they leave behind is going to help us increase those detections. And so I think that's the really important piece here. Is it's going to be a culmination of all the things, but just like throwing your incident response playbooks out the door and saying, oh, we're going to have a button push that now we're going to do automated red teaming and automated pet testing and automated threat detection because now we don't need to. Yay, AI's done it for us. I don't think that's how it's going to work anymore.
No, it's not.
And well, you know, all the vendors on the vendor floor are going to come for me because they're trying to sell thousands of dollars in products that do just that. I think we need to be, traditional methods work. Now we have tools that are going to help us get there, and the defenses are going to catch up.
Well, and I've got to say, I'm very encouraged when I see the vendors who literally say, we aren't really using AI other than an assistive thing. When they say, well, no, because we have run the numbers, we have done all of, even whether it's emulations or they're taking data from their live use cases, and they're saying the AI isn't where we want it to be for our willingness to put our name on this.
Yeah.
It's not there. We see and know how to do this, and we are still doing better with traditional standards, and yet still perhaps relieving some burden on the individual practitioner or giving more data analytics to executives or to management and to leadership. But I find that refreshing. And I feel like there's some, like here, being with the AIXCC, you know, with the DARPA initiative on the self-patching, you know, autonomous AI that will detect and patch everything on its own completely.
Yeah.
That's beautiful. We're also years away from that happening, and I think people assume that that's already here.
Well, and it's like, who's validating that that's happening? We're putting so much trust into this technology, and let's say we had something like that happen and it patched 5 vulnerabilities down the road, and then we get 10 vulnerabilities down the road, 20 to understand that patching didn't happen accurately or not fully, and now we have to go retroactively go back and do all of that manually, right? And so I think it just needs to be, we need to meet in the middle, right? And something you were saying, so I did a workshop on deepfakes here this week at RSA, and the premise was basically, let's make a deepfake live. Let's make a live capture video live. Same person, same outfit, same script, same sentence, and we used multiple open source deepfake detection tools to see how accurate they were. They're not, none of them, that we utilized, but my co-presenter that presented with me wrote kind of a Python script using traditional detection methods, scraping the metadata, looking at the frames per second, the codecs, the bitrate, all of those things, using those traditional detection methods, way more accurate. Like immediately, like just a simple Python script and something like that. And so it showcases like we need to utilize AI as a tool, but we need to use our traditional detection methods to fight this type of technology.
Beautiful. Well, then I'm highly going to recommend that all of our audience look into skills and being able to up-level skills to where they aren't having to fudge. They actually know what the AI is doing and what they can do with it.
Yes, and clearly don't feel intimidated because no one else knows what they're doing either.
Everyone else is in the same boat. Bree, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
To find out more about Pluralsight, please visit securityweekly.com/Pluralsight RSAC. For all RSAC 2025 coverage by CyberRisk Alliance, please visit securityweekly.com/RSAC. Thank you again, Bree, for the conversation. Thank you for
Mandy.
sharing. Stick around. We'll be back after the break with more interviews live from the RSAC Conference 2025.
All right, we are back at the RSAC Conference 2025. We're recording live from the CyberRiskTV Studio and Broadcast Alley at Moscone West, not South or North or any of those other places. Yeah, I keep getting them all confused too, but they're all around here somewhere. But I don't know which way is West and North. I just go and see what's going on. I'm Doug White, and joining me for this interview is Stefan Zhu.
Hello.
Yeah, hi. And Stefan is the Senior Director of Security Analytics. Cool title.
Thank you.
I like the title a lot. For OpenText. So, I mean, I like that title. I want a title like that.
It took a long time for me to assemble the right words in the right order and actually have a meaningful title. That's what they came up with.
It is. I'm glad you get to do that. I never get to do that. They're just like professor. It's like boring or something like that.
Professor's not bad, though.
Host. No, it's not that bad.
I don't have professor in my title yet. So
I wanted Maestro. Like in Europe, they have like, you'll see like Maestro.
How about Duke? Duke's good too, right?
Oh. Anytime.
Yeah.
Any call me.
I could be Duke of Security Analytics.
I'll take Duke. I'll take Earl. I don't care. Like anything at all.
You sort of fiefdom.
So one of the things I was reading, what you were interested in talking about, was about redefining threat detection.
Sure.
And this was immediately something that like was near and dear to me. And I'll tell you a story about it. Long ago, I mean, you'll see how long. I was working on a PDP 11.
Okay. Yes.
and
wait till you hear my follow-up to your story, but please
okay,
keep going.
But I mean, it was
PDP
like
11.
I was told I should not. They didn't say secure it. I would just take care of it because there was no such thing as security then.
Right.
I mean, that was not. But we were worried about it. We just didn't know we were worried about it.
Yeah.
And I ended up writing some scripts because I was wanting to capture things that people were doing. And one of the like typing RCD, which is an old command for change directory on PDP 11.
Okay.
And it was a bad idea when I wrote the script because all of a sudden I came in and I've got 875 million entries in a folder, and I'm like, and in fact that was when I learned how, that was where I learned awk because I had to parse this crap.
Okay.
And it was so difficult. And I know that that's something, that an area that you're working on is just sort of threat detection and how do we do this in a modern age?
Yeah, I mean, we were talking earlier, and both you and I have like a math background, and that's really where I'm coming from at the threat detection level. So,
Okay.
I've been doing like analytics and AI in its various forms for about 20 years now.
Okay.
And after the first 10 years of solving some really interesting problems, I actually wanted to solve some of the most important problems in the world, and a lot of them ended up being in cyber. So there really was no UEBA at the time. There really was no sort of anomaly detection. There really was no, certainly no AI as we think of it now with LLMs and all that good stuff. But I had a thesis that I could sort of apply those same sort of classical statistical methods to be able to sort of find and baseline what normal behaviors look like in various formats, and then essentially quantify and detect abnormal behavior. And that's kind of the foundation of how we think about threat detection. I mean, there's other improvements that we've made on top of it, but that's really at the core of it.
That's really cool, actually. I mean, I like that idea. So I mean, that was really early AI stuff, and then it's now evolved into like current AI kind of stuff.
Yes.
Because I think one of the sort of statements that would be here now is AI fighting AI to stop AI from attacking AI. So all that has started to create this kind of, how do you ever get to the point where you can assess and evaluate all these threats?
It's so funny. People assign a valence to AI, right? They talk about good AI versus bad AI, and for me, it's
all just AI.
It's all just
There's no good AI, no bad AI.
I mean, it's really just math, right? Exactly.
Well,
so,
yeah. Everything's really just math.
I mean, fundamentally, it's all about, are you using this math or the tool for good or for bad, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I view it this very same way. I actually don't lead with the AI or the math. I'm not like wielding a big AI hammer and trying to like find things to hit. I really am thinking about the use case. So what's the use case? Insider threat. Okay, why is it hard? Because you've got an authorized user running authorized applications on authorized machines, and they're still doing bad things, right? So standard access control does not work. So that leads you to a set of quantifiable methods and statistical anomaly detection and risk assessment, all of the, expected utility theory. So all the other techniques that have risen from that use case are the ones that I think that's the right approach to thinking about how using AI to combat AI.
And I think it's the original use case. I mean, because originally there were no outside users; it was all insiders,
Exactly.
and there were not even that many of them. But they were the biggest threats that we ever dealt with because that was the people who knew the system. They had access to, like you said, they had access to the system. So is this all like about behavioral? I mean, is that where this goes? Is that we have to learn to say, I mean, because if you and I are sitting here and we see somebody doing something bad right over there, we're able to perceive that that's a problem.
Yeah, ultimately I agree with you. It is all about behavior, but I'm always interested in adding a qualifier because I think when people hear the word behavior, especially when they think about the term user and entity behavior analytics, they focus on the user and they forget about the entity, right? So when we think about how useful it is to understand what normal behavior looks like, it's not just a human and how they normally behave. It's interesting to know what a process normally does and how it may or may not typically access the network. It's interesting to know how specific machines behave normally at different times of day and what command line arguments are typically used by a sysadmin at this particular point in time and what are not and might be used in some sort of privilege escalation activity. And certainly in the age of sort of more recent AI advances, I think it's going to become increasingly important to sort of understand what agents in your system are typically doing and what they shouldn't be doing.
Yeah, because I mean, I've been putting together like some stuff for a class I have to do in the fall called intrusion detection.
Right.
And you know, and I'm adding agents to that are both good and bad agents. And I know they're really just math and they're just doing what they were told. But there's ones I have as good guys and ones I have that are bad guys. And I want them to be as sort of what I call polymorphic as possible, so that they're not just obvious bad people. They're doing different things, and maybe they even do some normal things, because I want them to kind of look like real.
Right.
You know, real insiders are doing things, and maybe they're working, and they decide, you know what, I could go look at this.
Yeah.
And then that becomes a big problem.
And I love that example too, because it's a good example of AI versus AI, right? So what you described, where you've got a malicious agent that is intentionally performing normal activities most of the time, and then every once in a while sneaking in that malicious behavior. I mean, that's an example of something like model poisoning, right? As you know, like trying to sort of tweak the baselines so that what is sort of malicious is sort of lost in the noise, or maybe you've got sort of adjustments that you've made to some of the underlying probability models.
Yep.
But really, there, like with any sort of mathematical method, there are ways to work around that. There are ways in which you can still see that, and
I mean, if I was writing malicious agents, they would definitely be like that. They would be statistical models that maybe use various distributions to randomize their behaviors, and normally they do very normal, very boring things. It's just that one behavior that I hope you no longer notice, because you're used to seeing that behavior. You see it, and all of a sudden that's when it goes and does what I want it to do.
And again, we're talking about this like it's something that only an AI could do, but if you think about it, there's no real difference between that behavior and a sort of really smart adversary who's already broken into the network, or maybe they're already an insider and they're doing a low and slow, right?
And they don't even have to be really smart.
Yeah,
I mean, this could literally be one of these people back on the PDP-11 who was working on their homework in engineering 1010, and then they just decide, I'm going to see what's over here, and they just deviate. And that was what I was learning. I didn't know what I was doing, so I was just trying to figure things out. And by watching those behaviors and going, I started developing a list of users that I was worried about. Right. And it was literally about profiling people into this sort of possible potential problems, probably not.
Right.
And because some people never deviated from the instructions they got, and some people immediately deviated. But there's really scary ones. The bad ones I knew. The really scary ones were in the middle. What do you think like the current biggest worries are from all this?
I'm going to pick on two specific techniques that at least we're seeing emerge. So the one is sort of AI-powered deepfakes and phishing. Right, obviously with LLMs being so readily available, it's more economically feasible right now to sort of really generate en masse some really good phishing emails without any of the traditional tells. The second one that I'm actually seeing is a really dramatic increase in living off the land techniques. So taking advantage, whether they're an intentional insider or maybe they're an outsider that broke in and did an account
Or
takeover.
bought access.
Yeah, exactly. So they're using living off the land to essentially blur the line between sort of expected behaviors and malicious behaviors. I mean, we still see them because they're essentially doing, they're accessing PSExec in ways that really they shouldn't be, right?
Yeah.
WMI stuff that
But
shouldn't
that's
be
subtle.
happening.
I mean,
But
that's
it-
that
yes.
living off the land stuff. Because I mean, again, that was always when I was doing pen tests and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
That was always, and that's what I try to talk to students about. Is this like I said, the bad person walks in with a shotgun.
Right.
Bad person, problem. Good person sitting at their desk working. But it's those people that you don't know what their behavior is that are very, very worrisome to everyone, and would be my style.
Right.
You know,
right.
I don't want to jump in and deface your website and go, you're an idiot. I want
Right.
to come in and create I don't know, a background
Yeah,
job
you gotta
that
do
looks
something
important
subtle,
that
yeah.
you don't notice, and it sits here for weeks and weeks and
Yeah.
weeks and weeks and weeks, and maybe just every now and then it does something.
Yeah. So it's interesting. Our hit rate is actually pretty good. I think our sort of inventory of algorithms that detect those types of threats, no matter how sort of subtle they try to be, I think we're over 80% detection of all sort of red team attacks, which is, I'm pretty
that's
proud of
good.
that. I'm pretty proud of that. And the thing that makes it so hard is kind of exactly what you described. The limitations of a truly malicious insider attack is really only limited by the sort of motivation and imagination of the human, right? Humans are
yeah.
incredibly creative, right?
Yeah.
I remember watching a guy sort of on the inside steal source code by sort of paging through the source code one screen at a time, taking screenshots, and then mailing those screenshots into like 3 different Gmail accounts. Obviously, he's trying to subvert, any sort of simple DLP rule-based systems or whitelist sort of things like that.
Is this the essence of this core threat detection and response product that you have?
Absolutely,
I mean, that's what this is doing. So
Yeah,
this
yeah.
is AI looking at behavior. Not, I know you don't want to say behaviors, but AI
No, but
that's
behavior's
assessing
exactly right. Yeah.
this environment, looking for these insider threats.
Exactly,
Because,
yeah.
I think these are the biggest threats that we
Yep.
have, and
Yep.
they worry me a lot because I always worried about those people.
Yeah, we are actually well known for our insider threat detection.
yeah,
I
mean-
would humbly claim that we're among the best in the industry.
Yeah, I mean, I
But,
know
yeah.
know the name, so I
Yeah.
mean, it's like immediate with that. So obviously this is going to escalate. I mean, this is sort of where this goes because, like you said, LLMs are now available to on my phone. They're available to me. I can buy time on them if I don't even want to try to run the horsepower locally to train them. I can buy one that's either pre-trained.
And
or
they're
I-
so small now, you can run it on your notebook if you want.
Well, yeah. Once you train it up, you can just pull it down and run it on a notebook computer, and so I can sit here in the lobby and run an LLM that's doing
Absolutely.
this. I mean, how are we going to shift our defensive postures from this? Because the story I always tell about this is from William Gibson, another Canadian, from 1987, where he's talking about AIs attacking AIs and people hiring AIs to defend against other AIs and all these kind of things. How do we need to be shifting our defensive posture now? I mean, does this just need to literally be shifting into the AI realm so that it becomes beyond
Right.
poor old me sitting there at the PDP-11
Right.
because I'm never going to keep up?
Yeah. Well, I mean, like you, I spend a lot of my time just doing education. I'm always torn, right? As big of a fan I am of AI, like we discussed earlier, I've been doing this for decades now at this point. I'm also sometimes distressed by how much magic people ascribe to AI, right? They think it's a magical tool that can do anything. So a lot of it is just being aware that there are these really good techniques that are now available to you, and they can be used for good, not just for bad. There's a lot of buzz around there, and so sometimes people do think it's magic, but it's not. I like saying it's AI's magical, but it's not magic, right?
No, it's not.
So, and really, there's really nothing an AI can't do that a really smart human couldn't do on your behalf. You just don't have enough of them.
Right.
And they need to sleep, they need coffee, they need
Yeah.
to eat. Whereas a good chunk of math could be working 24/7 sort of on your way. So a lot of it for me is around sort of automation, scalability, cost effectiveness of sort of taking what you would need and otherwise, an infinite number of really smart threat hunters, for example, to be able to do, and just automate that in a way that you can deploy it on your side, on the defensive side at scale.
And how I mean, so the other part of this problem was, even way back then, was just being overwhelmed.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, as a system admin or whatever, when I set those rules up, and I didn't even know what I was doing.
Sure.
I didn't know that later there would be snorts and all these kind of rules, these very static things.
Right.
But I was what I was doing. I'm looking for things. I'm triggering signatures, and I'm generating, and I'm generating a stack of green bar this high every day that I would somehow need to go through.
Right.
And I think a lot of modern shops face that with their analysts just going, I'm overwhelmed. I've got so much stuff I'm supposed to approve or deny or whatever. So how does this sort of facilitate that? Is it just reducing that off the table and saying, okay,
I mean, what a great question. So we were very mindful of alert. I mean, alert fatigue is real. We didn't want to add to the noise. So when we took the approach of sort of how do we mathematically architect a solution that will actually just not add to the list of alerts that you're already overwhelmed by, that's not what we do. What we're doing is we're taking the alerts that you already have, and we're just telling you where to look. Hey, look at this guy, right? Look at that guy. And the way we do that is by sort of looking at various data streams, including the set of alerts that you've already got, including the endpoint type data, identity data, like whatever data you have. We're not asking you to deploy another agent.
Right.
We're just analyzing the data that you've already got and finding the most anomalous, but not randomly generically anomalous.
No.
It's always in the context of a security use case. It's always in the context of a known sort of MITRE attack and technique. And we're just saying, okay, out of the 100 people that you might have in your organization, or 1,000 people, or 10,000 people, here's your leaderboard of risk.
Right.
Look at this machine at this time, and hopefully
that's what I wanted.
Yeah, we're just trying to save you time.
Back in 1981, that's what I wanted. I was like, I wish I had something like
Yeah.
that. I guess I should have built it, and I would have been ahead of you in the game, but unfortunately, I'm
we
too
would have been
lazy.
competitors, Doug. I don't know about that.
It might have been fun, though.
True.
Well, to find out more about all this, you can go to all of our RSAC 2025 coverage. You can go to securityweekly.com/RSAC, or you can go to securityweekly.com/open text RSAC. It's hard to say sometimes, but that will get you to a landing page about that. Thank you so much, Stefan Joe. That was really enjoyable.
Absolute pleasure.
I wish we had like another 2 hours that we could talk about this, but the rest of you, stick around. We got more interviews. We got live coverage, not quite round the clock, but I'm trying to get that because the crew just keeps saying, man, like we could use more work to do. So stick around and we'll see you next time.
Welcome to RSAC Conference 2025. We're back recording live from the CyberRiskTV Studio in Broadcast Alley at Moscone West. I'm your host, Mandy Logan, and joining me for this interview is Carl Vandenberg, Chief Marketing Officer at Illumio. Welcome, Carl.
Thanks, Mandy. Great to be here.
Oh, I'm so glad you're here. And actually, right before we began, you mentioned something about a submarine.
Yes.
Can you go into that just real quickly?
So the team did a great job, by the way. In the Bay, there's a U.S. submarine. And so one of the things that we wanted to get across in our value proposition, and a little bit for your audience about Illumio, originally the micro-segmentation or network segmentation company. And so we want to get that across with an analogy. And one of the analogies that we found helpful is the submarine. So the idea of the submarine is that the way that submarine is structured is it's broken up into compartments or segments. And so if there's a breach at any part of the submarine, the water will only be contained in that particular segment. And so as a result, it won't sink. And it's the same thing with segmentation of your network or micro-segmentation of your network. If a bad actor gets in, which inevitably they do, then you contain the problem by basically keeping them to a certain part of the network. So we thought that was a useful, fun, appropriate analogy to get that message across.
It's fantastic, and I feel like that brings together really becoming the cyber equivalent of an incredibly capable Titanic.
Yes.
So avoiding everything.
To avoid it, yes, yeah. And disasters, that is part of our mission is to have a future without cyber disasters. And so the message that we're bringing to the market and a little bit of context and maybe some data behind kind of, how we're seeing the market. So the cybersecurity industry, for the last few decades has really focused on keeping bad guys out of the network, trying to stop breaches. And that's an admirable task and obviously something we need to continue to do. And we're spending hundreds of billions. I think the latest this year is maybe 350 billion on cyber security, right?
Okay.
No surprise given the size of RSAC, right? You can see how many vendors are here. The challenge is, in spite of that spend, and it's increasing every year, the cost of cybercrime is continuing to grow every year. In fact, Forrester, I think, estimates $12 trillion the cost of cybercrime in 2025. And so we're spending more money, and the problem is getting worse. So something's wrong. And the thing that's wrong is that whereas trying to stop bad guys is absolutely necessary, it's not sufficient. We've got to, once they breach, once they get in, we've got to contain the problem. And so we're about breach containment. And we can talk more about how we do that and why that's important and kind of the steps to take. But that's really the core message. We want to get to the market. We've got to focus on containing the problem, on stopping the spread, not just trying to stop the attack.
Excellent. And now let's pretend we did not just have those wonderful sentences.
Yes.
And I want to ask a question.
Yes.
So when you're discussing a post-breach world,
Yes.
for people who are not familiar with Illumio,
Yeah.
are you discussing that, the events immediately after something has actually been breached, or are you going so grand as to say no breaches will ever happen again?
No, it's the former. So
Okay.
it is, we believe, in fact, breaches are inevitable.
Yes.
And like the data proves that, as I said, cost of cybercrime keeps going up. We ran a survey and a report a couple of years ago, refresh it, like breaches are happening like every few seconds. And it makes sense. These cyber criminals are getting more and more sophisticated. And as I said to my team, and I've said this, it's kind of ironic in the world of artificial intelligence. The weak link is real intelligence, is human intelligence, because most hackers get in through social engineering.
Absolutely.
That's how they land. So in other words, humans are the weak link. So it doesn't matter how sophisticated your AI tools are, you're never gonna, unless you implant a Elon Musk chip in your brain, maybe you can get as smart as a computer. But the human is the weak link. And therefore, breaches will happen. And it's more and more common because of the complexity of the infrastructure. So and
not just that, but also the rise of AI and being able to create such hyper-realistic phishing campaigns, the deep fakes, phishing.
Absolutely, yeah. It's impossible. Personally, I fell victim to it last year, and I thought, I'll never do it, but it happened.
Right.
And so that's the reality that we're dealing with. When you say post-breach, you just got to assume that the breach has already happened. And so it's about what do you do after the breach has happened, and that's the focus on containment, on containing the problem before it becomes a disaster.
So what more on that? Why do you believe that our security teams are struggling to keep up? Can you identify a couple of things?
So one of the things, and we'll talk a little bit about an underlying technology that we use and a number of other vendors like Wiz and SentinelOne use, is the graph, right? And the importance of the security graph. And so the thing about there is John Lambert, who's a distinguished engineer at the Microsoft Threat Intelligence Center, has a quote which says that defenders think in lists, attackers think in graphs. As long as that's true, attackers will win. In other words, we have like lists or alerts or things that we need to go through as defenders to try and figure out what's going on in the system. Attackers don't think that way. They think they want to find like a landing point, and then what's the sort of the network or the way that they can get to the valuable assets, right? They're looking at the world in a very different way. Unless we change that paradigm, we're going to be stuck. And so what we have underlying our technology is the security graph. And the Illumio AI security, and we'll talk about the AI component in a minute, but the AI security graph basically ingests all of your network flows. So this is kind of unique, is that a lot of the graphs out there are relationships, just relationships or posture management.
You mean between assets or between?
Between assets or relationships. But we actually ingest actual network flow.
Okay.
So the data that's flowing, the metadata of the data that's flowing, and we ingest that. That's like petabytes of data a day into our graph. And it allows you to understand the full network complexity of your hybrid cloud, because we go across multiple clouds and also your data center. And with that, you can identify attack patterns and paths that are otherwise impossible to, because it's like a multi-step process, and we can see the whole thing. And so the use of graphs, and we've just got a book that was published by Chase Cunningham that came out about he's Dr. Zero Trust. I don't know if you know Chase Cunningham. He's an influencer in the Zero Trust world.
Okay.
And he just published a book about the importance of thinking and defending using graphs. So I'll stop there for a minute. We can talk a little bit more about the AI component and how we leverage that. But that's, I think, the using graphs is an important part of how we change the game on the attackers.
Now let's go back to AI-enabled security graph. Do you mean that on your side you're actually just using assistive AI with your teams, or how else is it enabled through security graph?
So really the way it's very practical, as we talked about off air before we started recording here, is that there's a lot of AI washing out there. Everything is AI, right? True. I mean, it's kind of cropping up everywhere, but where's it really valuable? Where it's really valuable is like taking a lot of the grunt work out, especially at scale. So, we have a very large customer that's got tens of millions of workloads across their cloud. And we just ingest that data, and we use AI and ML to auto-label all of those flows.
Okay.
And they're dynamic, right? It's changing all the time. So it would be impossible, even if you had an army of people, to like keep up with what's going on. But AI, through pattern matching, heuristics, prior data, best guesses, all of these things, can automatically label all of this. So it becomes intelligible. And then, on top of that, you run, again, like you put in threat intelligence, you put in malicious IP data, right? You get all of this. And then you can start using AI to run heuristics or analysis across all of that data. And it identifies the problems for you. That otherwise would just be impossible to identify as a human. So it's the auto labeling, right? It's the scale of it. It's because it's constantly changing. It's very transient to be able to do all that in near real time, and then running analytics on these huge workloads of data and coming back with, here are the top 3 problems that you've got in your environment.
So do you view that as simple automation for the security team?
Yeah, like it's basically, and as you know, one of the challenges of the SOC or the security team is they're just overwhelmed.
Yeah, absolutely, inundated,
They just don't know what to do, right? And so it's I think it really is. This is for me the power of AI and ML is just taking a lot of the workload off. In some cases, I said it allows us to do things that would be otherwise impossible.
Right.
But and in a lot of other cases, just automating, right, in an intelligent way, that so that the analysts can do their job because they're kind of struggling to keep up.
And what is the concept of connect the dots?
Yeah, so the connected dots is back to the graph. It's
It is, okay.
It is. It's basically, you can see, I did this fun thing. Well, it kind of didn't work, but the intention was good at our sales kickoff to get the idea of the graph across to because we've had the graph technology in our product for like a decade.
Yes.
So it's not like new, but we're surfacing it now through through this AI CDR, Illumio Insights. So cloud detection and response product which we launched, which really our customers came to us and asked and said, hey, you're sitting on all of this rich network data. We want to see it in basically in dashboards. And so what I did to the team was to kind of connect the dots to get that idea across, was I had them all at SK. It was like 600 people, 700 people in the room, and I had them put an LED on their light, on their head, certain seats. And at their seat level, you look around, you just see these red lights, right? But then when you zoom back, we had a camera on the ceiling, look down, and it spelled out crap. Actually, it was like make it like crap. Unfortunately, not everyone picked up the light, so it didn't quite work. But
Again,
the idea
human
was
error. We're going back to social engineering
yeah,
and human being
yeah.
weak.
So it didn't quite follow instructions. But the point is that so they couldn't see it, but when you had a perspective,
right,
you could connect those dots and see there was a problem.
Excellent. So having that, I think many of us think about the 20,000-foot view. Or
Yes.
I think a lot of us who tend toward IT and security, we have big picture thinking. We think top down no matter what.
Yeah.
So what excites you about being able to use the AI-enabled security graph even more, and what is something you've seen it help your customers with that you didn't intend?
Yeah, it's a great question. So what we're seeing is, because originally we worked with more of the blue team, on the segmentation piece, where it's a kind of a segmentation is one of those things that if you do it, and it's really one of the pillars of the zero trust strategy, if you do segmentation right, you're going to be golden, right? As I said, you get breach or you get an attacker come in, they can't go anywhere. But it takes a lot of work to get there. And so we wanted to find a way to enable that to move faster. And so when we brought in the security graph, it allowed more teams outside of just the blue team. So the SOC came in, the threat hunters, the red team came in, and they were able to use all of this data, because it's kind of real time. So you can see breaches in real time. You can also see potential attack paths or risks of attack paths. So essentially we found it kind of brought a lot of the teams together that weren't necessarily talking to each other around a kind of common view.
Wow. So going back to, it's funny, I had a conversation with my Pi AI agent the other day about what is the fundamental aspects for the most successful cybersecurity team.
Yes.
The number one that it brought up was still communication.
Yes.
So enabling that level of communication is it is what we all need. It is what us weak humans still require.
And we also, the thing is that what we find is, the graph is the powerful thing about a graph is that it mimics how humans think. We think in graphs. We don't even realize it. Like a map is a graph, right? Obviously our social network is a graph. These are all graphs, part of our daily lives. We don't even realize that we operate and think with graphs. And so it's natural for us, for example, when there is a workload that is affected, we see it, right? You want to see, okay, what else is it attached to? So you're actually looking for the graph, all the things it's connected to. And we show you visually, you can just zoom in and you can see everything that it's connected to, like physically connected to through the network. And so it really responds to the natural way humans think and how they would solve for a problem or try and contain the damage.
What a masterful use of data. So,
Yeah.
Carl, thank you so much for being here
It's
with
been great.
us. Good.
Thank you, Mandy.
You're so very welcome. To find out more about Illumio, please visit securityweekly.com/Illumio RSAC. For all RSAC 2025 coverage by CyberRisk Alliance, please visit securityweekly.com/RSAC. Thank you again, Carl.
Thank you,
This
Mandy.
has been fantastic.
Yeah, it's great.
And please stick around. We'll be back right after this short break with more interviews live from RSAC Conference 2025.
It's the RSAC Conference 2025, and we are back here recording live from CyberRiskTV Studio in Broadcast Alley at Moscone West. They finally straightened me out on it. No more East. I've got it all now, at least until tomorrow, when I'll forget it all again. I'm Doug White, and joining me for this interview is Tony Anscombe. He's the Chief Security Evangelist. My favorite title, Chief Security Evangelist at ESET. Hi, Tony.
Hey, hello, Doug. I wanted to be the Chief Evangelist Officer, but our CEO somehow didn't like the acronym.
You can still do it.
I think so too.
No, I like that. I always wanted to be an evangelist. I think that would be. I could go around shouting and encouraging. I was more in the like get your money kind of, but yeah, we shouldn't go there probably.
I always think of the Phil Collins music video from the 80s. There's one for you to look up.
Yeah, no, I'm sure I've seen that one. Well, so we were talking before, and straight up was ransomware. That was the first thing that we started talking about. And I've not heard, I don't think I've ever had a call from somebody going, ransomware, we got that, and we're covered. We're not worried about it at all. Because it's so prevalent, and even if they act like that, it's usually just, somebody saying, this is our official position, don't criticize that. So you fill us in, what's going on with ransomware?
Well, certainly this year, the start of this year, I mean, you've seen some interesting numbers coming out. So Chainalysis said there's been a dip in the amount of payments to ransomware cybercrime groups. And it was a significant dip. I mean, it was like 30%. So, are we winning that battle, or is $800 million going to ransomware groups even close to winning? And right. I think I err on that side of caution of, what we're seeing is leveling. And I put that down to a number of reasons, because if you ask the insurance industry, the cyber insurance industry, the demands are going down. So I could put that down to cyber criminals are working out what insurers are willing to pay and what companies are willing to pay, asking for the right amount, and that's what we're seeing across the blockchain.
I mean, I've seen that with various things where it seemed to me like the demands, I mean, like a lot of things, if I call you up and I ransomware you and I say, I want $100 million, and you go, we're like a chain of car washes in Kansas, and you can't pay. So I start learning, right? And I go, and I realize if I ask you, and I mean, even insurance notwithstanding, I start learning if I ask for $5,000, maybe I make a lot of money, I can be a volume discounter, right? It can be Crazy Al's ransomware kind of thing.
Well, it's not, and ransomware is an interesting term in itself, isn't it? Because we assume there's software, which is the last part of the word.
Right.
But think about, there's an incident with PowerSchool. I don't know whether you watched that one at the start of the year, where there was no encryption, there was no disruption, it was just data exfiltration. Yeah. And there's no malware that actually happens now. It's just the theft of data, and they turn and say, you don't want us to publish it, you need to pay us.
Yeah.
And of course how then do you really trust that they delete it if you do pay?
I don't.
No, I don't either, but some people seem to.
And I don't even know how they could prove that. And I would be very reluctant to pay them if they're saying, we'll promise we won't give this back.
Well, so that's an interesting one. We sit on one side of the fence as cyber defenders.
Right.
Yeah. Now, if you're running a cyber crime group or a ransomware as a service group, you also need to have a reputation that you do provide encryptors, that you don't publish data if somebody's paid, because you need trust so that the next customer you go and get, and I called it a customer, that's the wrong word, victim, victim you go get.
We're already turning it into an industry, right? Like the customer
But it is an industry, and that's the problem, isn't it? I mean, as you said, we were talking beforehand, you said some of them even have service.
It's normalized. I mean, I was reading about, these guys were calling the customer service lines for some of these people, and they were talking about how great the customer service was, and how it was so much better than other companies they had dealt with, and I'm like, okay, wait. I mean, but it was like ransomware as a service industry, and you're right. I completely agree. That's all about reputation, because if you are even an overarching ransomware as a service provider, your reputation is everything. Because if people don't trust you, honor among thieves.
Yeah, and we published some research recently from the ESET research team, which I think was quite interesting because it looked at some of the business model. So you may remember Lockbit got taken out of play last year by law enforcement. but Ransom Hub appeared pretty much immediately behind it.
Yeah.
So as you see one group disappear, another group reappears. And what we need to remember is this is a channel business. And when I say that, you have the ransomware as a service group, and they have underneath them affiliates. Right. And then under that, you've got the access brokers who are getting access to networks. Mm-hmm. So this is a true channel business.
It's a vertically integrated industry.
Yeah, but Ransom Hub was interesting because they changed the business model. So what would happen beforehand was you'd pay the ransomware as a service group. So somebody would get the access, work out the data would be exfiltrated, they'd deploy the malware or not, and then as a victim, if you're going to pay, you pay the ransomware as a service group, and then they pay down the channel. Yeah. Ransom Hub switched the model. Now that was on the back of, I think, the Change Healthcare attack at the start of last year. Do you remember when the affiliate didn't get paid?
I do. It caused chaos.
And I think as a trust thing, Ransom Hub started and flipped the model so the affiliate gets paid and then has to pay the ransomware as a service group. So it shows that somebody's thinking about the business model and the trust.
No, they are. I mean, what you said earlier, what is the annual on this? Like a billion?
It's a little under $1 billion.
I mean, you start talking about, there's plenty of industries that aren't in that space, so, I mean, there's probably consultants for it now.
Yeah, and let's be clear, we're only talking about the ransomware piece that goes across the blockchain. That business email compromise and the other scams. And, I mean, if
you add all that in there, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, ransomware is scratching the surface.
I mean, it's seriously organized crime that is, to me, very unstoppable in some ways. I mean, obviously there's things you could do to backstop it, but I mean, where do you think that's going? Because obviously companies aren't going to put up with this forever. I mean, or maybe they will. I don't know. I mean, maybe they'll just say this is just the cost of doing business. Mm-hmm. It's like paying for pilferage. We just budget for it and move on.
Well, the good thing is I think companies are improving cybersecurity posture.
Okay.
And I think that's because now this is actually viewed as a business risk. I think it's viewed less as a cyber risk.
That makes a difference.
But as a business and financial risk, because you lose reputation, you lose financial, you lose revenue, etc. You might have to report to a regulator, you might get fined. So now this is a boardroom financial risk, and you're seeing companies. I already mentioned insurance. You're seeing companies insure against that risk. You've got the SEC requiring you to file if you've got an incident of this nature.
To let your shareholders know.
This is now a boardroom issue.
Yeah.
And I think that's changed cybersecurity posture significantly because it's changed the ability to get budgets and so you can protect
the minute the
this.
word business risk gets involved, it becomes part of a different group, and we start looking at it differently. And like I mentioned, when you can get underwriting for it. Do you think that we need more regulation to force those kind of disclosures, or does that not help?
I think I think disclosures need to come together under a single regulator. I mean, if you think here, you've got critical infrastructure reporting requirements to CISA. The FDIC requires you to report. The SEC requires you to report. If you're here in California, you'd have to report to the CCPA. And there's so many of these different.
It's getting kind of noisy.
And that's why people also then bring in outside teams to look after this. But it's. You ask the question of can you protect and what should where the business is. Yeah, of course you can. There's a lot of great advanced technologies. I mean, at ESET we have MDR, XDR. Yeah. So looking at those threats that aren't malware related, but the anomalies in traffic, the incursions, etc.
I mean, you seem to see advances in that area to try and sort of tamp down on this, which is good. It's just I worry about it because it's a very insidious kind of crime that's very easy to implement with in any organization.
It is, but there's other things that you need to do as well. A lot of employee training. If we look at a lot of these crimes, it typically starts with social engineering against an individual of different, very different forms sometimes.
And identity management. I mean, which has been one of the big threats to that as well.
Yeah. We're sitting here with an SC award on the table, and that we won that last night.
No, you did. I was there.
For ransomware remediation.
Yeah.
So
that's why I wanted to talk to you about ransomware remediation because you have an award.
We do, and a winner's award. I'm very proud of that.
I bet.
Yeah.
I didn't get an award. Thank you very much. You know who you are. You know, what are you going to do? I could take yours though.
Oh, Doug, we can share it. Come on.
Can we really?
Yeah.
Oh,
I'll share it with you.
yay.
And by the way, it's not my award. It's our company
okay.
award.
Oh, I thought it was
But
going to
yeah,
become
that's-
your award.
No.
Well, congratulations, though. That's impressive. I mean, it's great to get a chance to talk to you about that. But back to that whole ransomware thing. What are some things like I could do right now? I mean, as an organization to start. I mean, everybody's all over the place in this. From what I've seen, I've got companies that are going, we don't know. I got companies that are going, we spend millions, stopping this. So, what are some steps I should be taking right now as like a CISO?
Well, so I would say most companies or a lot of big enterprise companies have already gone down the XDR route, put up a SOC, and they've got security analysts, et cetera. The companies that would concern me is in that mid-tier. Mm-hmm. Because they probably don't have the resources. They're not going to put up their own SOC, etc. And they need to go down a managed detection and response route, so that they're leveraging the expertise on the outside of the organization.
Okay.
And there's an interesting part of that as well. Of you need to make sure your resilience plan also doesn't solely rely on external resource. So imagine if you had an incident. Or imagine if there was a cat incident that really hit a lot of businesses. You might think you've got some contract with an incident response team now,
right?
But if there was a true cat incident, they might not turn up for the next 2 weeks.
Because you're really low priority.
Well, and who knows? The government might actually take control and push them to critical infrastructure first.
I've tried. I used to do a lot of like DRP stuff, and I know it's not called anymore. Now it's called BCP or whatever. But back then it was called DRP. We said it like it was, like yeah. And I've tried to get people to move a little more into that kind of space, which had the same problems. Right. Because we had large companies, that were spending money on it, putting together physical SOCs and all these things, and had response teams and whatever. And you had these mid-tier companies that had nothing. And you're asking them the same questions. What about when a hurricane strikes and your entire mainframe center is under 5 feet of water? What's your first? The way I did it was, what's your first call?
Right.
And the CISO says, I would call Steven. And I'm like, call Steven right now. And they're like, does anybody have Steven's number? And somebody goes, he retired 2 years ago, sir. And you're like, okay, see, you're not prepared. And so I think we need to move that into that space a little bit. I mean, is that where you're going with that?
Well, yeah, I think companies need to make sure their resilience plans are good. They need to make sure that their instant response and forensics and all those that post-incident issue people that will come in, you need to have some of that skill set internally, or you need to be able to run your business without them turning up. Mm-hmm. So your plan needs to be business resilient as well as cyber resilient. But those mid-tier companies, I'd strongly recommend considering using managed services for the advanced detection, because having a security analyst sat there that does this day in, day out, the human expertise that sits behind the screen is really what you need. And let's be clear, everybody at somewhere like here at RSA is talking about AI and automation and that's great. But at the end of it, we need human expertise to actually investigate.
Somebody has to ride herd on that stuff. If the AI can shift you from the role I had on the mainframe of being responsible for everything to that analyst role where I'm not having to deal with every last detail, that really improves my posture. But you have to be able to do that.
Well, the AI is a tool, isn't it? So by the time the incident hits the analyst, the incident should already be furnished with the data the analyst needs to understand the incident. That's the automation that AI brings to this.
Exactly.
And where that automation sets in. But we're still reliant on human expertise.
I agree. I don't think that's going away anytime soon. I think it can change in this shifting paradigm. But I did want to ask you, though, before we run out of time. So you did win the award.
We did.
And it's for ransomware remediation. Can you tell us could you give us more details?
Well, so ransomware remediation is a new feature we've just built in. So imagine when we see a suspicious process on a device.
Okay.
We can actually automatically recover the file if the ransomware has touched the file. So it's automatic recovery on the device. Now, there are some operating system utilities that claim to do this, but Of course, if you're a bad guy, the first thing you're going to do is go and modify and change the operating system. So this is proprietary technology that does it, that we've built ourselves.
Okay, and what's the product called? I mean, does it have a specific name?
It's part of our
It's
overall
just part
suite.
of the overall suite. Okay,
I
I didn't know if there was a specific thing that was there that people could look for, but it's just the overall ESET suite.
Yes, it's part of our standard product.
Okay, that's cool. Well, if you want to find out more about ESET, visit ESET.com to learn more about the company's cutting-edge ransomware solutions, threat intelligence, and broader cybersecurity portfolio. For all your RSAC 2025 coverage by CyberRisk Alliance, please visit securityweekly.com/RSAC. Thank you, Tony Anscombe, for coming in. It was so much fun. I wish we could talk for a lot longer because it was quite interesting. We do have more interviews coming today. We never sleep. We'll be back. You stick around, and we'll see you in a little bit.
And we're back at RSAC Conference 2025, broadcasting live from the CyberRiskTV Studio in Broadcast Alley, which is located in Moscone West. I'm co-host of Paul Security Weekly, Jeff Mann, and I am joined for this session with none other than HD Moore. HD being the founder and CEO of a company called Run Zero. HD, welcome.
Thank you, Jeff. Glad to be here.
Yeah, it's been, this is kind of fun for me because we've been running in the same circles for decades. We've never really had a chance to sit down and have a conversation before, so I'm looking forward to this. Tell us a little bit about Run Zero.
Sure thing. Run Zero came out of doing pen test work like all great products do,
Right.
and realizing that the way that we kept breaking into these organizations was through devices they didn't even know they had. And so if you're a company that can afford, a very expensive pen test for the boutique firm, you're going to care a lot about your security. You're going to have lots of investments in the products you know about. But the thing you don't know about, that's where people get owned, right? So the goal behind Run Zero is find all your stuff, tell you what's wrong with it, help you mitigate those exposures before you get compromised.
So you're finding vulnerabilities.
We're finding assets, vulnerabilities, networks that you know about, all kinds of stuff. So we identify segmentation problems. We find vulnerabilities that are just kind of non-standard and a little weird. Like we'll look at the relative exposure between different assets. So we can tell you that if you have a network that's mostly server 2019 machines, we find a X piece in place, it'll stick out like a sore thumb. We'll say this thing's probably different from the rest of them. You should probably care about it. So a little bit of outlier analysis, a little bit of like direct exposure measurement. We also integrate with all the things so you can pull in your data from your vuln management platforms. We also do native vuln reporting. You connect your cloud, your EDR, your MDM, and then results. We can say, here are the assets in your environment. Here's ones that do not have any kind of agent, any kind of EDR, MDM agent on them whatsoever. Here's parts of your organization that have no coverage by your vuln scanner at all. And here's the vulnerabilities that we've identified that weren't actually covered by any of these other tools. To just kind of set the stage a little bit, folks who are using more of their EDR and agent-based vuln scanning, they're kind of missing the network context. They'll tell you you've got all these exposures, but not which ones are actually reachable by an attacker.
Right.
The flip side, your network scanners are saying, here's your ports, here's your services, but the network scanners have gone really far down the authenticated only part of scanning. It's so difficult to do unauthenticated vuln detection these days that if your authenticated scanning doesn't work, they tell you very little. So we're trying to help kind of close the gap between those two perspectives, between what does unauthenticated scanning miss right now? We want to do that very well. And then what are you not getting network context-wise from your agent-based vuln detection?
It's interesting you bring it up in that context. Our listening audience, at least on Security Weekly, will know that I often bring up PCI because I'm a PCI QSA assessor. I've been doing it for 20 years. And brand new in PCI version 4 is the requirement to do authenticated scanning. And of course that came out 2022. We've had a couple years to ramp up for it, but I've been telling people ever since it came out, we need to be careful of this because there's a big difference between an authenticated scan and an unauthenticated scan in terms of findings. And I went around 22, 23, talking to people I knew at Tenable, talking to people I knew at Qualys, Rapid7, and I'm like, guys, and audience knows maybe I used to work for a little while with Paul at Tenable. I knew that their agents did not look for the network-based vulnerabilities at all. And a lot of organizations, I think, are relying on the agent-based scan to cover the authentication portion. But I didn't know if Tenable was unique, so I went to talk to Qualys, I went to talk to Rapid7, I knew people at all those places, and they all pretty much agreed, yeah, they're all different results, and the recommendation was do both. Would you share that sentiment?
Yeah, I mean, end of the day, if you've got a managed device, you should either be doing authenticated scanning or have an agent-based discovery on it because you'll get data you won't get any other way.
Right.
The challenge is half your network you can't do authenticated scan on. There's no credential you can use to enumerate a vendor-supplied virtual machine, right? Or your NAS storage or your network device equipment. Like you can kind of sort of do credentials there. The challenge though is like if your authenticated scanner fails to enumerate a device, do you know that? Are you creating a list of that? I think PCI specifically says if you are not able to do authenticated scans of these devices, you need to note each one as an exception and describe why.
Right.
But most folks aren't really aware of that. They're not aware that if your authenticated scanner is not successful in authenticating, it's just going to give you nothing. It's going to give you a blind spot.
Right.
So we really try to help kind of identify those blind spots, and we look at things a little bit differently. So for example, we'll fingerprint all the internal devices, TLS fingerprints, SSH host keys, all these kind of cryptographic, fingerprints, if you will.
Right.
And then we'll look at the entire internet and say, are there any things on the internet that have the exact same cryptographic key? And if so, this device must be exposed to the internet because there's no other way this could occur. So kind of a neat little tricky thing there to see, like, even if we don't know anything at all about your external segment, we can find port forwards that you don't know about just by doing straight cryptographic correlation between those two sets.
Right. What I like hearing is what you're describing is very much sort of the more pen tester mindset of approaching and finding vulnerabilities, where you're actually digging in and looking for context and looking for the things that arguably the scanner can't find. I'm curious, not to belabor the PCI theme, but PCI for years has required not only vulnerability scanning, internal and external, but also penetration testing, internal and external. We could go off on a tangent on whether I've ever seen in an assessor what I would consider to be a pen test as the evidence. But where would you describe what you guys do in the spectrum between a vulnerability scan or a pen test, and really cut to the chase? Would using your tool meet either of the requirements or both?
Sure. So we would not meet the requirement for authenticated scanning, and that's because we do not want your password. We don't want to send your password flying around the network, right?
Yep.
I've succeeded a lot of pen tests by capturing the credentials from the scanners and using that to own all the machines. Like there's a danger in using authenticated scans too.
Sure.
And of course, because authenticated scanning only works for half the environment, you need data on the rest of it too. So our entire goal is like, how do you help you identify all those risks in machines you can't authenticate to, you can't do that type of authentication. So you have to do both, of course. I feel like where our strong point is we help you see it from a different perspective. Like we joked early on that after working on Metasploit for 15 years, that Run Zero is really just like, 1,000 different pen test techniques in a trench coat, cosplaying as asset inventory.
Right.
Because we did the most boring output with the most complicated possible way to do it. And the idea is that you can go into an environment that you have no access to. So pen testers love us because you can drop us in an environment where they have no access and we'll find everything. M&A teams love us for the same reason. They're going to an environment where the IT team may not like them very much, that they may be at risk of their job, and we will still identify everything, figure out the risks and exposures. So we're really good at finding like those kind of like creative exposures that other folks don't, and especially with PCI. If you care about segmentation, isolating your CDE from your non-CDE, we find segmentation gaps like nothing else through super clever ways. So if you have a machine running like just Windows machine default like 135 TCP, no credentials needed whatsoever, we'll identify the secondary interface of that machine. We can tell you if it's actually on the CDE and not CDE, and if so, we know it's a pivot point. We can show it on a graph and say, go after this machine. This is the best way into the CDE from this network. So we help kind of really verify your segmentation is being correct.
Yeah, I'm hearing you and thinking this is leaning a lot more towards meeting the pen testing requirement. And as you said, if they're invoking segmentation, testing the segmentation, which in version 4, there's a lot more clarification and guidance on what that means. It's not just a port scan.
Yeah.
So that we need to talk later. If we can, I'd like to shift gears for a few minutes and maybe wax lyrical and philosophical on just the whole nature of vulnerability and vulnerability detection and vulnerability management, and sort of the state of what's going on with vulnerabilities. I forget which report I've read recently, being inundated in the weeks leading up to RSA, but there's reports out there how many vulnerabilities have been found this year versus last year, and the trend is still going up, and so on and so forth. When you look at that raw data, I feel like we're losing. And I also feel like there's so many vulnerabilities, nobody can possibly take care of them all. And that's led to the ideas of prioritization and which vulnerabilities are used by the attackers, MITRE attack framework, CISA's got the KEV, if it still exists in the next couple weeks. Where do you fall in that? I mean, you've been in the vulnerability business for a long time. What's your view of the state of things?
I think where we went wrong is we started off with this model that everything is a funnel. You start off with all this stuff on one side, and you try to figure out what's more important, and you slowly move down towards the thing that should be actionable. And the reason you do that is because you have so much stuff that you only have so much effort you can spend on remediation, right? The challenge though is like the things that we're starting off with at the beginning of that funnel are wrong. Like most of the data is that's not even your full scope of vulnerabilities to start with. So number one, most of the fun vulnerabilities that I like exploiting have never had a CVE and will never get a CVE, and that's okay. It's a default credential, it's an open database, it's a misconfiguration. It's all that stuff out there that that's how people break into stuff all day long, and there'll never be a CVE for it. By contrast, you've got companies that have created a prioritization process that if the issue doesn't have a CVE, it never ends up on the board for them.
Right.
So if people are doing this massive amount of prioritization, funneling, and filtering work, only to miss the more serious vulnerabilities, which are the 0 days coming in, things like that. I mean, a lot of folks like to point to the CISA KEV, like, okay, if a vulnerability is being compromised and it's on the KEV, then I can take an action on it. My take is like, okay, you have to wait for the bear to eat 10 people first, then you're going to take action. No, like CISA Kev doesn't add to the Kev until weeks have gone by of exploitation.
Right.
If you're trying to follow the CISA Kev, you're far behind. Especially if you're a big target. If you're a Fortune 500 and you're waiting for the Kev to come around and tell you what to fix, you're already behind, right? You're already probably compromised through the same vulnerabilities.
I sort of share a similar philosophy in terms of, and again, it's PCI centric, but PCI at the highest level has 6 goals, and one of the goals is implement a vulnerability management program, and that encompasses 2 requirements, 5 and 6, which used to be the antivirus, but now is the anti-malware requirement, and then requirement 6 is where secure code development comes in, patching, having a risk ranking, no mention of a scanner. In fact, in version 4, it explicitly says you're not finding vulnerabilities to fix using a scanner. And yet, most organizations do that because the scan vendors have told them that's what vulnerability management is. Start with the scan. And I kind of feel like the same way. If you're waiting until it shows up in the scan, there's been this huge window where you've missed out.
Yep.
Any way to retrain the world to think differently about that?
That's what we're trying to do. So our entire goal of the platform is we've collected so much data ahead of time that by the time some new burning tire fire vulnerability comes out, it's a search query away, it's not a scan away. So you're not having to go rescan your network or bring in integration data. Like the data's already there. So if you're looking for, let's say you hear in the news there's something called the Move It and it's being compromised and people are getting ransomware, that you can do a search in our product that second, find all your Move It instances and take care of them, whether there's a patch available or not. And that's kind of where we're moving. Most of our customers look at us as the hour 0 through first week response time of find every instance of that technology, mitigate it, put it behind whatever kind of controls you can possibly get to, isolate it, do whatever you need to do, and then you work with your kind of day-to-day vulnerability management on the backside. But we really focus on that first critical window where folks are getting compromised and ransomware.
Yeah, it's interesting because the requirements in 6 that require organizations to address critical vulnerabilities, it's in the context of apply patches that address critical vulnerabilities within 30 days of release of the patch. That's where I first got hung up on.
Assuming there's a patch.
If you're waiting, if there's a patch, waiting for the scanner. But for the 20 years that PCI has been around, that requirement is talked about having multiple sources of discovering vulnerabilities. Like in the old days, Bug Track and what did FWTK stand for? The Firewall Wizards Toolkit and various other places.
Security IDs, yeah.
I mean, I guess those exist still to these days to some degree, but I think most organizations are relying on the vendors being upfront and vendor notifications. Of course, the Windows world has relied on Patch Tuesday for who knows how long. Other than simply going out and getting your product, which is the ultimate goal, of course, are there ways that we're not thinking about that you can share to help organizations look for vulnerabilities, especially, as you said, the ones that aren't strictly vulnerabilities in code, vulnerabilities in systems and applications?
Yeah. Like I say, we built a product to do specifically this, but if you are not using a product like that, what you need is a fantastic inventory of all your stuff. You need to know what's externally exposed, what are the vendors, what are the technologies, and start just keyword matching that stuff. Some things in the news, you say, okay, I use Palo Alto firewalls, new Palo Alto firewall bug. I need to do something about that right now. Right. What we're seeing is a lot of vendors are telling their customers there's a new remote exploit in their SLVPN product, for example, on a Thursday afternoon, and they don't ship a patch till maybe next week. And they're like, have fun this weekend, guys. It's like, what do you want me to do? Like, I can't even get to my VPN without my VPN, so you can't even fix the damn thing. Sorry for the language, but
this is
we've
Security
seen firewall,
Weekly at heart.
We've seen firewall vendors suggest you put another firewall in front of their firewall, and that doesn't work, right? So you need to have a very good eye for what technology is on your edge. If you look at the more recent like M-Trends, Mandiant Report, things like that, so many of the compromises that they investigated were related to edge device exposure. So just knowing what's on your edge, keeping track of it, knowing where the vulnerabilities are, knowing that there probably won't be a patch for a week once a vulnerability has been actively exploited. Like the Vanti stuff has been ridiculous for the last couple of years. That is where a lot of the breaches are happening right now. It's edge-facing equipment that probably shouldn't be there, and it's often the same vendors again and again, right? It's the same crowd showing up with the same vulnerabilities.
We talk about them week after week after week on the show.
If you're using a product that's made by one of these vendors that's constantly in the news, maybe time to find a different vendor.
Out of curiosity, one of the new things in PCI, finally, they won't call it this, but it's effectively an SBOM. Have an inventory of your software components, third-party risks, supply chain risks. are you guys touching on that aspect of the vulnerability world as well?
Yeah, we kind of joke that we're like a network SBOM because we identify not just like individual devices and servers, but all the services, applications, libraries, components. Like we'll say, hey, this thing's running jQuery, it's got this component here, it's using this SSL library.
Right.
We do behavioral fingerprinting of TLS stacks. So when the whole scary sounding OpenSSL 3.0.0 bug came out a while back, we had to go figure out how to tell apart OpenSSL 3 from OpenSSL 1. And they're byte for byte compatible on the wire. It drove us crazy. We spent all weekend on it. We finally realized that if you half close the socket, OpenSSL 3.0 will send back an alert, but SSL 1 will not. So we do that kind of fingerprinting, and that lets us say, okay, OpenSSL is deprecated. Can we find OpenSSL 1 in our environment? Yes. Same thing with like Java TLS stacks, Go TLS stacks. So we try to like not just identify banners and things like that, but like actively fingerprint different protocols so we can give you a great list of components that are out there in your environment.
I have time for one more quick question. How do you think we can help organizations and to some degree this whole industry get beyond the mindset of, if I find vulnerabilities, I'm going to have to fix them. I'm much more content to have less findings.
I mean, because we put so much effort into, if you know about the vulnerability, you must fix it, or if it's on the CISA CAB, I must respond to it. Like, we're not doing anyone any favors here. Like, if you're waiting, if you're using that type of criteria to determine your patch response, it's already behind
Too
the curve.
late.
Yeah, you're going to be in the next management report. Put it that way. And that's the challenge. You don't want to be the thing in the KEV. You don't want to be the KEV's data source.
I was going to say, the only way most companies get it is they have a very bad day.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
But if you don't know the space very well and you're like, okay, what do I fix? How do I do it? If you look at what the vendors tell you, they're going to tell you to do their critical risk rating vulnerability, not telling you that they're missing the other half of the exposures.
Right. We could keep talking, but unfortunately our time's up. I want to thank you, HD, for coming with us today. If you want to get more information about Run Zero, you can go to securityweekly.com/Run0RSAC. And for information about our whole program of broadcasting here this week, securityweekly.com/RSAC. We'll be back in a few minutes with the next episode. HD, thanks again.
Thank you, Jeff. It's been great.
Welcome back to RSAC Conference 2025. We're here recording live from the CyberRiskTV Studio in Broadcast Alley at Moscone West. I'm your host, Mandy Logan, and joining me for this interview is Dr. David Aviv, Chief Technology Officer at Radware. Welcome, David.
Thank you, Mandy, for having me.
I am so glad that you are here, and in the few minutes before we started our show here, fascinating conversation.
Yes.
I've got to tell you, it's always encouraging to me when I get to speak to a technology officer. And at this conference, I'm curious. You know, you have all that you have been working on with Radware products. You have all that you have been focusing on and looking to create. What have you noticed at the conference that either aligns with what you are doing or is completely opposite of what you are doing?
Well, it's a tough question, but...
I know.
Yeah. Anyway, from what we have seen, obviously there are many sections that we in Radware we are not engaged with,
right,
because there are many security domains that different vendors are offering. We at Radware, we are mainly protecting our customers, data centers, service provider networks, for when they expose their assets publicly outside. As far as we know, obviously there's a big hype on the AI applications, protecting AI applications. We do see a lot of concerns about identity, how to protect identity, preserve identity. It has a lot of governance issues as well. And beyond that, you know, the traditional, I would say, the enterprise security solutions, as well as, you know, traditional application security, network security. There's a mix of many things here. As far as I see, we are quite aligned on what's going on in the market space, and we plan our next generation of, or next wave of products to cope with the new challenges of the protecting AI apps and AI environments.
And is that, in your view, the main thing that is changing the threat landscape?
I would say that definitely the generative AI hype, or I would say the democratization of AI,
okay,
is changing dramatically. Not only the security posture, our lifestyle, our life posture, quite soon. You know, we start talking a lot of vibe coding.
Right.
So everyone talks on vibe coding. Is vibe coding going to make obsolete the junior engineers? So it has an impact on every part of the industry. And
far beyond the industry, because we're seeing people who have nothing to do with cybersecurity, and in family life, in home life, everything. The adoption of Gen AI and the way that it is, I feel like we're actively seeing kind of a rewiring of culture and mankind's thought process with having this much information available, and also realizing that our human abilities aren't going to keep up with AI abilities.
Yes, well, there is a lot of debate on, you know, let's say general AI that will obsolete people as human being, but you know, it's very hard to predict. Very hard to predict. I'm a very big. Can be considered as optimistic.
Okay.
Vis-a-vis the human nature and the way human will handle. But one thing we can say for sure. My lifetime, I've seen already the web revolution, and this is another big revolution, maybe bigger than the web. We don't know yet, but it might be even bigger than that one. It will probably impact every part of our daily life, and we see the early signs of that. And obviously, as a security, as a technology officer, providing and having to address and protect those kind of new challenges, we are now at the race of understanding the new threat landscape. What does it mean? What does it mean for us? How can we craft new wave of products to be aligned? And for that, obviously, we listen very carefully to our big customers.
That's good. I mean, you as an engineer and product overseers, you're looking, of course, you have to have data,
Yes.
and you need it from your customers. And is it, with your background in telecommunications and electrical engineering, is there any aspect that you look at this very start of generative AI being adopted broadly and go, oh, this is just another means of human communication?
Yes, well, that is, it takes us back to our previous session before, but this is evolution and revolution. Evolution in the sense the way we communicate and we can create new things, but a revolution in the technology side, the way we can adapt new things and the way it can lead the usage, the new way of using neural networks in order to solve problems, to understand problems. This is going to bring us to completely different areas. I would like to give you a very simple example.
Yeah, please do.
In security, we tend to model threats, and by modeling the threats, we get to understand what kind of models we need to build in order to outpace them. So there were a couple of problems, very tough problems, like business logic attacks for someone that is building protection for APIs. That traditionally, if you use traditional machine learning methods, well, you can do as much as you can, but you cannot go deeper than that because of the limitation of the CPU and memory. Well, guess what? With the new generative AI technology that we already have, it's much easier to model a much complicated model that can now uncover threats that we couldn't even see before. We couldn't understand before.
True.
It's like a chess game. You can play two moves all the time. And now with the new chess, I can see ahead 10 moves at a time.
So that makes me think, if we go back to a simplistic view of an adversary mindset versus the defense mindset, is what you're saying that generative AI is allowing defense to more quickly adapt to how adversaries are creating the evolution of the modern threat landscape?
Absolutely, if you know how to use it. It's like, it's the traditional, you need AI to combat AI.
Well, then how is Radware using it?
So we use it we use 3 layers of that.
Okay.
The first one, we call it, it's secure by AI, which means we use the AI in order to build deeper security controls. So our algorithms become better by simply using AI. What does it mean? It means that we can now solve problems, uncover threats that we couldn't be uncovered before, couldn't understand before, simply by using new technologies, new generative AI technologies, in which we augment our current solutions. So this is the first layer.
Okay.
The second one is protect the AI infrastructure.
Okay.
Our customers start to use AI applications. Well, using AI applications brings up new threat surfaces.
Well, and doesn't it also increase old threats? I mean, it is increased what is been around forever.
Absolutely, amplifies many things.
Right.
Adds many things. To give an example, If you run an AI and a regular application, we were used to the supply chain, the ecosystem, and there were many attacks through that supply chain. Now, when you start running AI up, you have a completely new AI supply chain. It's a different thing, it's a different beast. So, how do we address it? How you discover AI assets? We were used to talk on shadow IT. Now we are talking on shadow AI.
AI, exactly.
There are many new AI assets in the enterprise. Well, there's a new task. Discovery of them, label them, map the risk of them, safeguard them. So it's an endless list that we are now just addressing and starting to view and understand. And based on that, start to build solutions for them.
And with your triple layer AI assisted technologies within Radware, what is something that the security team or a SOC analyst would see while using Radware? What is a benefit that they would see? What would directly help them?
There will be two. I will speak in two dimensions. The first dimension is you will have better tool to remediate the problem. To bring the RCA to shorten the mean time to repair, to remediate, and find the root cause analysis via new tools I'll give you an example. Today in our traditional SOC, some events, some SIEs, some critical events will bring up the experts to deal and spend an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours in order to resolve the issue. However, with our new agents, we bring up the new agents for remediation, it cuts down the MTTR, the mean time to repair, 2 minutes.
Oh, wow.
2-3 hours to a couple of minutes. So that's one dimension. Being able, what we call it, anti-fragile network. Moving to an anti-fragile network. Yes.
Okay, so anti-fragile, that's a really good turn of phrase. That is...
Nassim Taleb, this is not mine. This was phrased by Nassim Taleb.
Oh, okay.
So what we mean, and we adopted that term, is that resiliency can absorb the shock, but stays the same. So anti-fragile networks absorb the shock and changes.
And adjust.
It changes to cope with that and plan for the next one. It means that the new SOC will have new intelligence capabilities to understand the attack and then predict, move to a proactive and a predictive mode in which we'll be able to anticipate for the next wave, make it better, remediate it better.
Now, that is fascinating. It's making me think of a lot of different things, but I am curious, do you feel that with the advances adversarial AI use is bringing the industry as a whole, or perhaps subsections, are on the verge of a black swan event?
Well, it depends on the viewpoint, which kind of industries will evolve on that. But it's going to take an extreme impact on all of us. I must be frankly with you. Like a year and a half ago when we started the journey on generative AI, I wasn't that sure that the impact will be that big.
Really?
I wasn't.
You mean in the end results for your customers, or?
No, generally, what can be really achieved with those kind of things. But as the month by month, with the new capabilities and I would say the new ecosystem that's been developed around it and the speed of that, I personally was quite amazed on what can be achieved utilizing those kind of new tools.
Can you provide an example?
Yeah, it's like, give an example. One of our customers, big customers, e-commerce, came to us, told us, you guys, you provide us an anti-bot solution for detecting scrapers. Our business model is based on those, detecting those bad scrapers and avoid them. Otherwise, we expose our catalog and everything.
Right.
But you, as well as the entire industry, provide a solution which is based on providing suspicious guys, suspicious actors, a challenge. And you expect the actor to solve the challenge in order to be sure if he's a friend or a fool. I mean, is a good guy or a bad guy,
right.
Human or machine. That's different ways to deal with it. But we start seeing a new wave of agentic bot agents, AI agents, that when we send them the challenge, which is a JavaScript challenge, the agent sends it to a LLM engine, large language model engine. Large language model engine is able very fast to understand the challenge and solve it.
Right.
So they can scrape our entire catalog. We're in big trouble.
Oh, yes.
So this is a way where you can see the adversaries are using those kind of new technology, new agents, to defeat the defenses. So our job now is to bring new tools that are defeating those agents that try to defeat the defenses.
But in that moment, when you realize that that is going on, I mean, that's a complete, almost, I feel like a watershed moment. Like, it just makes you stop and go, oh, we have just entered whole new territory.
Yes, a new paradigm. Absolutely, it's a new paradigm.
Yes.
It's a new paradigm of everything, and that's why being able to understand, to run, to test, to understand the new technology, and then be able to understand the new risks that can come through that.
Going back to what you said, that's
yes.
like 4D chess, having to stay ahead of all of that, which is incredibly satisfying for those of us who want to do that and understand the mission toward it. And David, I appreciate your conversation here with us today, and I definitely want to encourage our audience and all of the CISOs to look into Radware's information, because these are key factors for the changing threat landscape and for the next, I mean, we're here. The future is here, it is now, and thank you for joining us. To find out more about Radware, please visit securityweekly.com/Radware RSAC. For all RSAC 2025 coverage by CyberRisk Alliance, please visit securityweekly.com/RSAC. Thank you again, David.
Thank you for having me.
You are so very welcome. Stick around. We'll be back after the break with more interviews live from the RSAC Conference 2025.
And we're back, day 3 of RSAC Conference 2025, broadcasting live from the CyberRiskTV booth in Broadcast Alley, which is Moscone West. I'm Paul Security Weekly co-host Jeff Mann, and joining me for this session is Yotam Segev. He's the CEO of a company called Cyera. Yotam, welcome.
Thank you for having me, Jeff. Excited to be here.
Yeah, first RSA?
Oh, no.
Several?
It's been a few.
How's the week been for you so far?
I think it's been pretty incredible for me personally, and I think in general for the industry. You look year over year, this is a nice checkpoint for the industry.
Right.
And it seems to be growing in an immense space. And I think for Cyera specifically, it's a checkpoint for me on the company and the progress we've made. It's very fun to look back where we were 3 years ago, 2 years ago, a year ago, and where we are today and where we hope to be next year.
Well, tell us a little bit about yourself and how you got into cybersecurity.
Sure. So I'm Yotam, I'm 34 years old. Been living in New York for 3 years now with my family. Originally from Israel.
Okay.
Did my first tour of duty in the States in the Boston area when my father was a tech CTO in a pre-dot-com bubble startup.
Oh wow, okay.
So I got into cyber, we were talking about that before we came on the air here.
Yep.
So I think I got into cyber proper by joining the Israeli military to a program called Talpiot, which is Israel's elite tech leadership academy, and later serving in 8200 for a decade. But when you look back at the roots, I got into cyber because I really didn't like to accept the limitations of what the software I was using had. So whether it was computer games or other software that I was using as a teenager, I always tried to play around behind the scenes and see how I can change the game, how I can change the characteristics of the game, and whether it was Little Fighter 2 or Neverwinter Nights or other games.
So you figured out you're a hacker.
Yeah, I didn't think about it that way back then. I was just trying to play.
Right.
But I think that when it came into the military and became applicable for defending our country, it became very important to me.
Interesting. So, Cyera, how old is this company, and what made you decide to give it a start?
So Cyera is 4 years old.
Okay.
And we started, first of all, out of friendship. My co-founder, our CTO, Tamar, is one of my best friends in life and one of the people that I love working with the most. And when he told me that he wants to do something together, I had no doubt that I want to be on board.
Okay.
And that was the first incentive. I think for us, data security was a challenge that we've experienced at the end of our service in 8200 as we were trying to adopt cloud technologies and really build our own business, in a sense, over cloud technologies. We realized that a lot of the approaches we've taken in the past to data security, locking the data up in a vault, detaching it from the internet, these approaches are not going to work in this new cloud age.
Nope, unfortunately not. I've actually been in this business longer than you've been alive, and I like to say it was really simple back then, because if you did have a secret, you did lock it in a safe.
Yep.
And I remember there was a show that was on when I was working at the National Security Agency and just starting to do penetration testing and vulnerability assessment, because all of a sudden there was this thing called the internet that was kind of publicly available. There used to be a show on called X-Files. And I remember an episode where the premise of the show was some deep, dark secret had been leaked somehow because somebody had put it on the internet. And I'm like, who would ever do that? This is so unrealistic. Boy, was I wrong.
Yeah.
But it's interesting that you describe it as data security, because that's how we really started. And coming out of the DoD sort of national security military background, where the focus was on data, it was a very specific type of data. I've always felt like we never really captured the essence of data security in all this stuff that we're doing these days, because everybody decided, oh, we just have to secure all the networks and the systems and make everything impermeable, secure, and keep it secure. And what was transversing it and being stored was almost immaterial. Just secure everything. Hasn't really worked out too well. So it's refreshing to see a focus on the things that matter, which is data. And I'm glad you're seeing that as a young buck. But what are you doing about it? What's your approach to tackling this data security problem?
Yeah, so if we look at that Vault story, and we start to tell a story around that. Right?
Okay.
Back in the day when data was kept physically on paper, we had to know what data we're trying to protect.
Right.
And then we had to physically place it within a safe environment, which was the vault, where nobody could access it without specific credentials.
Right.
Oftentimes there would be secondary controls around the room.
Right.
Maybe it was a campus that was hard to get in access to in the first place.
Yep.
And that was our approach to keeping crown jewel information protected.
Right.
Fast forward to 2025, we live in a world where enterprises don't have a perimeter.
No.
Right? Like there is no safe campus.
No.
Data is in the cloud. It's in the data analytics platforms like Snowflake and Databricks and MongoDB and so many others.
Right.
It's still on-premise in the databases and file shares. It's also on the endpoints, and it's moving faster than ever before. And that's even before AI agents came into the scene
Right.
and started making that, an Olympic sprinter kind of pace.
Right.
So, that simple mentality of understanding what data is important and being able to put it in a safe place has been challenged by the scale of data, the pace of data, the velocity, and it's a completely new world we're living in. And in this world, just to be able to understand in a big enterprise what data we have, what data is sensitive, what data could, if it was leaked, make a bad weekend for us, and
Right.
what data could, if it was leaked, make us go out of business.
Right.
Those distinctions are not easy to make. So the first thing Cyera is able to do and is doing for our customers is being able to differentiate between the data that matters and the data that clutters.
Okay.
And to do that at an incredible scale of hundreds of petabytes of data that enterprises today collect, generate, and store.
Are you coming up with your own categories, data classification? Are you relying on customers to know what they have, or is it sort of a give and take? Here's what we're seeing. Oh, that's this.
Yeah, so I think the best way to describe it is like you would a sensor.
Okay.
So we provide an objective description of the inventory, what exists out there. Sometimes it's very easy to infer the importance of the items you've inventoried, right? Like if there's a pile of cash
Right.
sitting in the middle of the room, you know that that's valuable, right? Or if there's a huge diamond sitting there, you know that it's valuable.
Yep.
But sometimes you have to understand a lot more about that specific business in order to be able to understand the sensitivity of that data.
Right.
And usually the cybersecurity teams and organizations that do have sensitive intellectual property and data that is, let's call it, more unique and proprietary, they know what kinds of data are sensitive, but they're not able to actually identify where that data lives across the organization and validate that they have the right controls, whether it's access controls, DLP controls, encryption, regionality around that data. So we help them accomplish that. Sometimes they do need to add that business context of understanding the true sensitivity in
Right.
their line of business.
Right. I mean, we both sort of, I was civilian, but we both have that military background where we're familiar with the levels of data classification, the top secret to confidential. In my years in the private sector, it's always bothered me that companies usually just slap on company proprietary and leave it at that.
Yep.
And you would understand, a battlefield command to launch an airstrike, or these days a drone strike. This has actually been in the news recently. Very sensitive information, perhaps, but only up to a certain point. I mean, once the bomb's dropped, who cares that the coordinates were out there? So maybe that's top secret, but only for a day. Versus, we have some compromised information from someone that's been recruited, and I'm sure you're familiar with the methods and sources concept, how we got the data. That's the kind of stuff we take to our grave because we can never let that secret out. I've never seen organizations or this ecosystem that supports organizations come up with a really good method of data classification in a business context.
Yep.
Intuitively, people know payroll's sensitive, PII is sensitive, we have regulatory compliance requirements to tell us to some degree what's sensitive, but it's different in context for every organization, isn't it?
Context is exactly the right word there.
Okay.
So when we inspect data, we do it in a much more multidimensional aspect than the way you would think about classification historically.
Sure.
Classification historically, 1 to 4. How sensitive is it? Right? Very, very simple. Then you've got the next phase of classification. What is the data? We call that classification as well.
Yep.
But when we look at it today at Cyera, using AI in order to provide this type of capability, we can go so many layers deeper on what is the data. We can go and try to understand whose data is it. Is it a specific business partner of mine? Is it my customer's data, my employees' data? And that context is crucial. We can go and understand if that data is real or it's synthetic. You might have personal information that was generated by some web application for testing, and that's sitting in a dev environment, and that's completely fine. Or you might have a dump of your production database that's been taken to your dev environment, and that's not fine.
Right.
How do you differentiate between the two? So when we talk about data classification at Cyera, we talk about contextualized data classification that goes in and tries to infer all of these further dimensions. And we do that automatically. That's the strength of the platform, that we're leveraging AI in order to give that deep visibility into data. And that context makes it much more actionable, makes it possible for the security practitioners to build the bridge to the business and in a sense democratize the data risk. Because at the end of the day, these big enterprises, there's a lot of people on the corporate side, there's a lot of developers on the application side, there's a lot of data scientists on the analytics side. The security team can't go chasing, playing whack-a-mole, all of these issues. They have to be able to make the business take ownership of the risk, take accountability for the risk, and drive the remediation and mitigation of the risk. And that's what the Cyera platform is allowing our customers to do. Really, democratize data risk to the business and continuously improve the posture over time.
Gotcha. So how are you collecting the data? How are you finding all the data without giving out the secret sauce?
Yeah. So when we started, the why now was cloud. Right? Enterprises had their garage. That garage had 4 walls.
Right.
Right? It was, maybe we didn't know exactly what's in what box, but it was all in our garage. And with the move to the cloud, the feeling, right? Like, it's first of all an emotion of loss of control just grew exponentially, right? I know I'm in AWS, I know I'm in Azure. The data scientists came in a few days ago, said they want to use Snowflake. I'm not even 100% sure what Snowflake is, but I'm going to have to allow them to use it and find some way to protect the data in it. My SharePoint is sprawling with data and permissions. I have no way to get my hands around it. And all of this is happening at the same time that every regulator on the planet is telling me that I need to have better control over data than ever before. How does this align? So that was the first sentiment that really led us to double down on this discovery and classification issue, the core of DSPM. And what we've done is we've built an agentless data discovery engine that is able to connect just over the API to the underlying cloud provider, be it AWS, Snowflake, SharePoint, whatever it is. And from that single point of integration, continuous discovery of all the data stores inside as they're spun up, as they're spun down, as they appear, and the ability to read the data inside, structured, unstructured, and analyze the posture. What that allows us to do is create an always-on data sensor that actually gives the customers, almost near real-time picture of what data exists in their environment and what has changed. So if PII is introduced for the first time into a new cloud account, you want to know about that. And if data has now traversed borders and European PII has made it into the US, you want to know about it. And if intellectual property that only was accessible to a very limited set of people has been made public in a bucket or in some other instrument, those are the things that we're finding for our customers and helping them identify. Of course, also a lot of data that they've collected over the years that they just don't want to have. It has a lot of liability and risk associated with it, and without the right glasses on, they were unable to see it.
Gotcha. So, and I imagine you have some sort of method of characterizing or cataloging or tagging all of this data to help with the classification and identification.
It would have been super sexy to say that there's one AI algorithm that has solved this problem completely, but that's not the truth.
You haven't asked AI to give it to you yet?
It hasn't. We've asked.
It hasn't come out yet, okay.
I think that the data classification engine, the AI native data classification engine, is one of our core intellectual property pillars. It's the core technology of Cyera. I'd like to say that we want to be the best sensor for data in the world. Today, we're focused on being that sensor for the security use cases. But in the future, as the company grows, we can see us opening up that sensor to other stakeholders in the enterprise, the chief data officer, the chief AI officer, different stakeholders that also want to understand the data. But it's a work of engineering. There's a lot of machine learning, NLP, LLMs involved, but at the end of the day, it's just a lot of engineering.
Right.
So I always tell my customers, data classification is my problem. If I need to hire 500 data scientists in order to solve it, I'll go find the funding to do that. I want to give you that as a service where you don't have to worry about it, and that's fully understanding that there's unique data in every enterprise and sometimes in specific business units within the enterprise that we've never seen before, that no other company has. And this algorithm has to be able to learn that data automatically and be able to show it in a way that an analyst can consume.
So we're about out of time, but I would be remiss if I didn't ask one final question. You claim to be the fastest growing data security company in history. How are you making that claim?
So, we're a private company, so some of the financials I'll keep to ourselves. But, a 4-year-old company that's grown from 2 founders to 650 people today, that tells you something. A company that's grown in 4 years to $3 billion valuation, $760 million raised. I think that says a lot.
So you're tapping into something, you're scratching the itch of something, you're solving a problem that people are seeing.
Definitely.
Great. Well, that's about all the time we have for. If you want to learn more information about Cyera, go to securityweekly.com/Cyera, which is CYERA, followed by RSAC. And for information about our program of broadcasting here, that's securityweekly.com/RSAC. We'll be back in a few minutes with the next exciting episode. Again, Yagev, thanks for your time today.
Thank you for having me.
It's been great.
Welcome to RSAC Conference 2025. We're here recording live from the CyberRiskTV Studio in Broadcast Alley at Moscone West. I'm your host, Mandy Logan, and joining me for this interview is Maury Haber, Chief of Security Advisor at Entrust. Welcome, Maury.
Mandy, thank you so much for having me.
I am so glad you were here. And now, in doing some prep for our interview, there was something on your resume that really jumped out at me.
Okay.
Okay. So, can you tell me about your time working with the company that created flight simulators?
I can. So, after I graduated college, I became a reliability engineer. And that is an engineer that tests to make sure something stays reliable, that its MTTR and its MTBF fall within certain parameters. That's the mean time to repair, the mean time to fix. So when you're building a flight simulator or a training simulator, you have to say, look, it'll last 3-4 weeks before you'll have to go in and change a light bulb, or a bolt will break, or the software needs to be rebooted. So in building those systems for C-17 aircraft, Abrams A-1A tanks, I was the reliability engineer assigned to empirically verify that those metrics could be done. So playing with engines, fake engines, like here's how you change the oil, or sitting in a tank simulator, shooting fictitious, enemies was a part of the job. And it was a really fun job in the early 1990s, because everything was done via video disc. It wasn't computer AI generated. It was a different world, but yeah, that's part of my background.
That's fascinating. And is that, to me, it also seems like that would allow the people inside to have consistent efforts towards stamina. Was that another part of it on the human aspect, or did you just mostly stay on the technical side?
It was on the technical side. So one of the aspects of it is when a serviceman would come in and their mission was to do maintenance, proving that they could learn maintenance on a simulator before the actual device. Okay. And that simulator was accurate enough so that when they went to the real device, it worked. How I got into cybersecurity after that is all of the failure rates, all the data from the real systems and the simulators needed to be correlated. And I knew how to program, so I actually wrote a software database to bring all that information, including security information. And then my security career started after that, just naturally evolving. With Microsoft Windows, doing network management, because not all networks basically broke due to misconfigurations. A lot of them in the early 2000s were cyber attacks, and I just naturally evolved into cybersecurity, and here we are today.
So are you a large proponent for emulators being used, or emulation being used in training for cybersecurity?
I believe a lot in simulation before real testing, especially for organizations trying to simulate an outage or anything else, because when you do things on live systems, you can sometimes have repercussions that would be far more reaching, like leaving a system open to a future attack or something else. I always believe in training and emulation first before someone hits a real system.
Makes sense. I mean, we think in life all day, every day, I would rather have kind of a trial run.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Look, you're going to paint a wall. You put a couple of colors of paint on the wall before you do the whole wall to figure out if it's the right color. The same is true with, red teaming and pen testing. You teach in a simulation environment before you go to the full systems.
Excellent. So switching gears a little bit, I want to discuss Entrust's Microsoft Vulnerability Report.
Okay.
And I understand this is the 12th year that Entrust has done this. Have you been involved all 12 years?
I have been involved for at least the last 7.
7, okay.
Maybe a little bit longer, but it takes a little bit of a story to explain. In 2018, Baumgar acquired Entrust, Lieberman, and Avecto. This is just a history lesson in itself. The original Microsoft Vulnerability Report came from the Avecto product line. Okay. I came from Entrust, and I've been with the company for 21 years now, which is a little bit of a unicorn in the industry. That report basically carried through the acquisitions. And what it does is it looks at every year's Microsoft vulnerability releases, their patch releases, and performs an analysis of how many are critical, how many are medium, how many low, but what were the underlying effects? Was this patch a bad patch where it caused outages or had some ill effects on systems? Did it have privileged escalation vulnerabilities that it was solving for? Did it allow for other types of attack vectors to occur? Really a detailed analysis of everything about them. In the 2024 report that was just released, we found that 40% of the vulnerabilities Microsoft patched basically allowed privileged escalation. That means that you could be a standard user and use that exploit to gain admin privileges. That's a staggering number considering the amount of identity-based attacks today. The Verizon data breach report, which came out about 2 weeks ago, cited that 80% of all attacks have an identity component. So if you look at that, those two statistics merged together, we really find that most of the attacks occurring today are due to some identity attack vectors. Yes, we still have vulnerabilities and exploits and software flaws. We still need to discover vulnerability management and patch, but social engineering and credential theft are really on the rise, and that's the biggest worry for people today.
It absolutely is. Now, when you're talking about escalation of privilege, in your mindset, having done this now for the 7 years that you've been involved, and my understanding is that the overall downward trend in critical vulnerabilities is being seen.
Correct.
But can you give like a correlation or a numbers on the escalation of privilege vulnerabilities or attacks that are being done and how it relates to the overall critical vulnerabilities?
I can. So critical vulnerabilities are vulnerabilities that would basically have a CVS score of 9 or higher by normal trade. So what we're thinking about here is something that is wormable and exploitable and immediately gives you admin rights. While coding has gotten better, AI has gotten better, code reviews, training, etc., has decreased the number of critical vulnerabilities. What we find in the industry is that some of the mediums and lows, if exploited even through social engineering attacks, allow the threat actor to basically gain admin rights, and that's key. It means you still have to patch everything, but most people go, got to get that critical done right now. We'll get to that medium in 30, 60, 90 days, and it could still lead to admin rights, and that's the key message that people need to think about.
Well, but the sheer volume of medium or low, like there's so many more. Am I correct in believing that in the 2024 report there was about 40 critical vulnerabilities?
I don't remember the exact statistic, but there were well over 240 something total for the year. But when you consider 40% of that did have privilege escalation, you're over 100 of them that could have been leveraged to get local admin rights.
So I am curious with this. Are you talking about just CSIC-HEV? Are you talking about the known exploited vulnerabilities?
Mm-hmm. Yes, I am.
So what about the vulnerabilities, like just because they have not been exploited doesn't mean they aren't critical?
Well, that's key. So many times the proof of concepts are hard to implement, or there is no working exploits, but they've been deemed critical. Teams have not figured out, or no one has put the effort, or it's too complex to figure out how to actually exploit, and it becomes theoretical only. You can't gamble on that when you know the severity and you know the patch exists. You have to treat all of them as if an exploit's available. Otherwise, you potentially could be that next victim of, yeah, there is a working exploit. Someone else developed it, and it's now being used on a regular basis. Unfortunately, that happens quite a bit of, you know what, there's no working exploit, I think I have a little time. It's just a matter of time for a lot of them until that occurs.
So with that and the other key findings, what information would you give to a CISO or to a security team in using this information effectively?
So there's two pieces. One emphasizes what we've all known for years. You have to do vulnerability management, you have to do patch management. But more importantly, you have to do good identity security hygiene. You have to make sure that there are no leftover accounts that can be used for privileged escalation. For example, if you have local administrative rights, if you have dormant accounts on systems or shadow IT accounts, those need to be managed properly as a part of your joiner, mover, leaver process. Then you also have to understand the identity security hygiene of those accounts that could be leveraged from these vulnerabilities. This is where it gets a little nuanced. If you think about a certification report for IGA, it's that snapshot of time of this is the account, this is where the person has access, etc. But it doesn't tell you what's called paths to privilege. I have an account, it has an identity owner, but if I do this, this, and this, I actually could gain admin, even without the vulnerability and exploit. So BeyondTrust has a solution called Identity Security Insights that's designed specifically to do that. It takes the understanding of an identity and account and gives you a visual map of how it could be exploited and what the user's true privileges are, what they really could do in an environment. It complements the Microsoft Vulnerability Report because it shows you what identities could be abused locally, natively, even without an exploit, and if an exploit actually occurred. So if I know that this user now is compromised, the path to privilege in the solution shows you how far they can actually get in terms of a hack in your environment. And that's key. Here at RSA, we announced this week that we have a free assessment of that tool. So any user can sign up on our website, beyondtrust.com, enter their information. They'll get a call within about 15 minutes within business hours. And it takes about 2 hours to set up, and it'll give you that health report of here are your accounts that are at risk. Here's ones that may be dormant or have never had their passwords changed or administrative access that are shared to help you understand that, look, a low-level vulnerability escalated to this user could then compromise your entire environment. And we're doing this as a free assessment for anybody that asks, something to give back to the community, which nowadays, there's not many people that are willing to do that.
True. I mean, I think there's a lot of individuals who are interested in the greater good, or they wouldn't stay in security roles, especially in the government.
Correct.
But with BeyondTrust's offering, is it useful for non-Microsoft environments?
It is. So the way the offering works is it connects to your IDPs, Entra ID, Okta, Ping. If you're a BeyondTrust customer, it connects to our products as well, and then it provides that report. It is independent of Microsoft because it's identity-based. The results complement the report we've been speaking about because it shows you how an exploit could actually be used throughout an entire environment. If you're trying to think about it in a different perspective, how do you do vulnerability management for identities? And BeyondTrust has figured out how to do that. And that's our offering, and now available as a free risk assessment.
I am so glad that that is available, and I'm glad for our audience that they're able to take advantage of that.
Happy.
So thank you so much for joining us, Maury.
You're very welcome, and a pleasure being here today.
Excellent. To find out more about BeyondTrust, please visit securityweekly.com/BeyondTrust RSAC. For all RSAC 2025 coverage by CyberRisk Alliance, please visit securityweekly.com/RSAC. Thank you again, Maury.
Thank you very much for having me.
Stick around. We'll be back after the break with more interviews live from the RSAC Conference 2025.
Welcome back to RSAC Conference 2025. We're still here. We're still recording live from CyberRiskTV Studio in Broadcast Alley at Moscone West. I'm Doug White, and this is a good one, okay? I'm gonna tell you right now. So I read this bio, and I got all nervous, and I had to go have a couple of drinks. But this interview is with Amit Sinha, the CEO at DigiCert, and welcome, Amit.
Doug, it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for having me.
I was like, wow. I was reading this bio, and I was like, and it started with like chapter 1. No, I'm giving Amit a hard time, but you were at Zscaler, you were at MIT, you've been all over the place. You're in the Bay Area now at DigiCert.
I am.
So that's really cool. I mean, I like that a lot. One of the things I know that we wanted to talk about was crypto agility.
Okay.
And firstly, I wanted you to give me like your sort of, what is that exactly? I mean, I know what I think, but I like to hear it from you. So give me a little rundown on that.
Yeah, thanks, Doug. So crypto agility, it's a hot topic these days, and I mean, we all know about human identities, right? Mm-hmm. When you authenticate through Okta or Azure and then access applications, we understand that. But what's hidden behind is the machine identity problem, right? Mm-hmm. For every human, there are 50x more machines.
Right.
So if you talk to any big organization, it's very common for them to have millions of these machine identities.
Absolutely.
Now what's happening is 3-4 huge changes are happening in the industry. One, these identities are getting shorter and shorter lived. So think about like your passport. Your passport has a validity period, right. And if your passport started expiring every day, and you had 1 million passports to manage, right. It's a huge problem, right?
Yes.
So you need to be agile then, right? You can't have manual processes, right? So you need a system that can automate the life cycle, the identity life cycle management of all of these machines. And we haven't even started talking about AI agents and software and content. So all of this, the technical term is PKI, the public key infrastructure. There's public and private infrastructure, but think about crypto agility as how do I automate the management of millions of these machine identities and workloads that are just expanding and proliferating in an organization.
Yeah, I mean, I've been calling this the ephemeral problem.
Yes.
Because we've moved from, like you said, static world to this world of, I'm going to pop up a bot.
Yeah.
It's going to solve a problem. It may last for seconds, milliseconds. It 100%. May last for a day. It may not last very long at all. And now so you and I were talking just a minute ago. I'm going to bring this up because you knew I was.
Okay.
We were talking about the lawyer bot.
Yeah, the lawyer bot.
and so on the surface, you say, I trust lawyer bot. But lawyer bot's an ephemeral machine that springs into being to answer a legal question. How do I know, how do I trust that? So I mean, that's the essence of the crypto agility problem, right?
Yeah, in a way, right? Like now, AI agents are kind of the extension of the machine identity problem, right?
Yes.
Agent is what? Like a smart software, maybe a machine, maybe it's ephemeral. I mean, what do I want from a machine like this? First, like maybe I'll have 6 AI bots working for me, one being a Zoom avatar, one approving expense reports, maybe a lawyer chatbot negotiating contracts, right?
Yep.
What do I need for it? First, if they are operating on my behalf, they have to have strong identity.
Yes.
That they're.
You hope so.
Yeah. But more importantly, I also need a kill switch, right? Like,
yeah, that's what we're talking about.
I want, back to your ephemeral question. I don't want that agent to have perpetual identity and start acting on my behalf without even my permission and go rogue down the road, right? So maybe I say, hey, you're approved for a week, right? And after that, your identity expires and there's nothing you can do. What else do I need? I need them to, use encrypted communication, securely store information, right? So there's encryption, there's identity, there's authentication, authorization. What else do I need? Well, I need a log, right, of what actions have you taken,
right?
Kind of like almost like a forensic log. I mean, these are all kind of back to the basics of PKI patterns of, authentication, authorization, encryption, applied to a new paradigm. And so, I think it's a fascinating world that we live in.
No, it is. I mean, it's sort of a repeat of the past world of like, okay, I'm going to go give you some money, like long time ago, and I just have to hope that you aren't just going to steal it or it's going to get lost or whatever. And so we put all these laws around banks and controls and things. And now we're back to this. I'm still sort of hung on the lawyer bot because that scares me worse than anything.
Right.
If it's acting on my behalf, that's very useful.
Yeah.
But so how do I do that? I mean, how do I get that machine identity so that I trust you and you trust me and we're all ephemeral and we're going to be gone really shortly?
I mean, look, it starts with, I say PKI and DNS, Doug, are like electricity and water, right?
Yep.
You need to have your foundations strong, right? So start with basics first. Do you have an inventory of all places that need machine identities, right? Number two, can I automate those identities? Can I have governance around that? Can I revoke when I need to, right? So all of this is back to what DigiCert does in a way with DigiCert One. What is DigiCert One? It is a PKI identity management platform, right? And we do this at scale for the biggest hyperscalers, the big businesses. What are we doing today? We are managing machine identities on the public side, on the private side, but ephemeral identities would be, and here's my Kubernetes workload that's spun up in the cloud. It needs an 8-hour certificate on it, right? So it's approved and authorized to run for 8 hours, right? You'll see similar patterns extend to AI agents. But for that to happen in a more holistic way, Doug, we need some more standards. People talk about MCP, the Model Context Protocol.
Right.
I mean, these are beginning to shape up, but things like identity, authentication, authorization haven't quite been thought through in a holistic way. So the industry does need a few standards in this area, but I think the patterns are very similar to the machine identity problem that we've solved.
Let's cache all this in the context of saying I need and hate, because it's always been there, DNS.
Yeah.
And we all need DNS.
100%.
It's one of the foundation building blocks of just about everything. There's almost no service now that's not querying it. So if I'm using DNS, how does that evolve in these models? Because right now DNS is just this ancient, untrusted thing, and it's an oracle. You whisper a question into a hole in the wall, and an answer comes back, and you have no idea who's on, who's in that.
See, that's also a little bit of a misnomer. Like people, as I said, electricity and water, right? PKI, DNS. The issue is people think it just works till it doesn't. You have a flooding in the basement, or there's no electricity. Now, DNS is not just a name to IP map. DNS is like foundational to how traffic gets steered in a modern organization. Which CDN am I going to use? What's my resilience, right? How do I fail over? It's so foundational that when it's off, like for example, I think recently there was a Zoom outage that was attributed to DNS, records being...
been a few.
And there's been many such examples, right? So DNS resilience is very key. Do you have DDoS protection? Back to kind of basics of, is your foundational DNS service important? But how does DNS and PKI come together, right?
Right.
The industry now is moving towards 47-day digital certificates from 398 days.
Yes.
Now imagine if you, and by the way, tied to that is domain validation that will eventually get down to 10 days.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that.
So what's the problem? Like, let's say, Doug, you run a service, Doug.com.
Right.
First, you need to have a robust DNS, so it's always resolving. But then now you need a certificate on that domain, but before I give you one, I need to validate that you own Doug.com through DNS. If I have to do this for 1 million DNS records, with shortening certificate lifetimes and validation periods, that automation better be bulletproof, right?
Like, because everything comes crashing down.
Everything comes crashing down. You don't want a case where, for automation, I have to open up all my DNS just to do this PKI cert automation. So that's a security hole. But at the same time, you don't want brittle integration where, I tried, and the DNS team is a separate team, separate system, didn't update the record, I didn't get it. Right. If you had to do it 1 million times in an organization, it is a problem, right? And we haven't even started talking about quantum and what that does to all of this.
Yeah, I want to talk about that in a minute. How ephemeral do you see DNS and those certificates getting? I mean, to me, it's like the shorter lived they are, the better.
100%. Why is the industry going to shorter duration digital certificates? Because it's well understood that keys and secrets, the shorter they are, the less exposure it is. You don't have to manage big revocation lists and this and that, right? So it's good security practice, but it is also forcing automation. I think the 47-day ballot that got passed a few weeks ago is sort of a huge catalyst, a wake-up call for the industry to say you need rock-solid automation to make all of this work. Now, how short? Well, I used to work at Zscaler, right? At Zscaler, in some cases we were down to per session certs, right?
Well, it really should be
Here's
that.
an 8-hour cert on a Frankfurt node where you can, where the privilege access can happen only for that 8 hours on a particular type of node. So it's back to that ephemeral question
and
that you were
that's
talking
actually
about.
getting into very specialized certificates, for,
Yeah, it's like this authorization and this identity expires in 8 hours, or
right,
something
and
like
it's
that.
only for this service at this time.
At this service, this type, finite duration.
So how do you? I mean, so obviously the question is about one.
Right.
How does that kind of work for, say, domain managers? Because there's a lot of layers there.
Yeah.
So there's, like you said, there's not just, is this domain securityweekly.com valid, but are the underpinnings of that domain valid? Are the owners of that domain valid? So it ultimately becomes an identity trust issue.
100%.
So how do you manage all that? I mean,
DigiCert One brings PKI and DNS into a very tight, single platform. DigiCert today serves 1/3 of the authoritative DNS queries in the world, right? So we know how to do this at scale for some of the largest hyperscalers. But back to your, the granular permission problem. You don't do automation like some of the vendors might say, oh, here's my DNS, here's an API, your Acme cert bot that does this PKI automation has this key, and now it can do whatever it wants on the DNS, so I can do automation. That's not good. You've suddenly opened up your core DNS to some bot automation that's inserting records just so it can do its automation. You want very specific granular controls to say, here's the PKI team, here are the things that I want to automate, and here's my DNS, and they are all working in a tight, single pane of glass system, not siloed, cloud first, built for ephemeral identity and authorization infrastructure.
I think that means we're probably entering a period of Wild Westness where you're going to have people that have adopted things like this that are very single pane of glass controlled, and other people that are just going to be Wild Wested all over the place.
I think that the PKI industry is going through a renaissance, right? In the next 3 to 4 years, you're going to see probably a once in a 20, 30 year modernization cycle, right? And some of that is also spurred by quantum, right? People, what quantum does, for example, is all the algorithms that go into the current trust fabric are broken immediately, right? So RSA is broken, Diffie-Hellman is broken, all the asymmetric algorithms get broken. So what's happening, Doug, is that NIST has passed these quantum-safe cryptographic algorithms, and they're available as standards. We run it on DigiCert One today, but that requires, again, a crypto agility, a modernization cycle. And the paths to the 47-day certs and shorter duration certs, even on the current cryptography, is the same path you take for post-quantum cryptography. You need a modern system that can give you an inventory of all your crypto assets. It can provide governance and policies, and more importantly, fail-safe automation, right, to swap this. So today you're swapping 47-day certs. Tomorrow you'll be swapping pre-quantum algorithms with post-quantum algorithms, and it's that crypto agility that prepares you, and that's the modernization cycle we're going through.
One of the things I did want to ask you about post-quantum, especially in regards to this, because like you said, and I've said, we count on things like DNS like we count on electricity. We just assume it will be there, but those are changing things with PQC evolution. So basically, as those algorithms get broken, what should, say, me as a CISO, especially as a CISO, say a middle level company, I mean, the big guys are all, they're playing, but there's a lot of companies out there that don't have the infrastructure to just immediately dive into this. To become more crypto agile, to get off the couch, what should they be doing right now in this almost PQC world, it's maybe not even pre anymore.
Yeah, I mean, there's just a here and now problem, Doug. That's a great question. I like this middle layer. Like the big companies have thought about that, and
They
they've
tend
done
to
some
resolve, yeah.
They've done some homegrown things
And
and,
they
other
have
things,
they have
and
resources.
they have resources. A lot of the 47-day cert, right, is a wake-up call for the CISO of the middle-tier
Yes.
industry, right? They don't have a crypto specialist team. They don't have so. I mean, that's where I think leveraging a partner like DigiCert. We have a platform. It's cloud first. It's multi-tenant. You don't need to manage HSMs. You don't need to do a custom automation. So what do I advise CISOs? Okay. Let's go through pain point 1, 2, 3. You're an organization. You have 10,000 employees. You have a small IT team, right? Let's start with your users. You have 10,000 users. Each user has a machine. There's probably 5 or 6 crypto things on it. We'll automate that. Step 1. Step 2. Let's do an inventory scan. Discover all your crypto, and all of that is just like plug and play, right? So we'll discover and say, hey, you have X number of identities in the clouds, some on your data centers. Now you have an inventory. Once you have an inventory, let's go with policies. You assign owners, right? Kind of the back to basics, right? And you don't have to build stuff, right? You don't have to, and you can do more with less because the platform is doing it for you.
I mean, we really are going to need that at home. I mean, literally. I will say, I was at a presentation recently, not here, but I was with a client, and the pitch started with, now you'll want your SOC to implement, on the SOC team, and the response to the guy was like,
Where's my SOC?
I'm the SOC team. I'm the team. I'm the everything. And so I think that if you are in that situation, and a lot of people are, you definitely need to be looking at solutions now, because you're not going to want to be in that Wild West, left out of the game mode.
And I think, look, organizations are being asked to do more with less,
They
right?
are.
And so there's an operational cost to it. Many of the customers in the middle tier that we talk to suffer from outages. Those outages are on their critical systems because certs have expired. That's a cost. So how do I do more with less, with a smaller team, but a system that gives me fail-safe automation? That's what we are driving towards with DigiCert.
That sounds great. Well, for you to find out more about DigiCert, please visit www.digicert.com, or you can go to our landing page at securityweekly.com/DigiCert RSAC. Thank you, Dr. Sinha. That was amazing.
Thank you, Doug.
I'm really pleased that you could be here with us today. Thanks all of you for joining in. We will be back with the wrap up in a few minutes, and we'll be back tomorrow with more interviews just like this here at CyberRisk Alliance TV. Thanks all of you. We'll see you in a little bit.
Thanks, Doug.
Thank you. Hello. It's the beginning of the end. It's day 3. I don't have a bow tie to untie. I wish I was going to do that. I was going to rent a tux on, but I didn't have time today. So I could untie it and it'd be like the end of the telethon. And it's not over, so don't get me wrong. I mean, there's tomorrow, but you know how the last day of cons are, and you go over and they've given away all the whatevers that was you wanted, and people are taking their exhibits down. You go, could I see? No. But the expo is open till 1 o'clock tomorrow, but you know how that goes, because I've been on that
Thursday
side.
morning is not right.
And so I'm Doug White from Security Weekly News, Mandy Logan, also from Paul's Security Weekly et al. And so that's like, and it's not the end. It's just there's like this flicker off at the other end of the tunnel that might be the Jersey Path train, but it could just be somebody lighting a cigarette in the tunnel. It's probably the Jersey Path train. But so it's great having you here.
Thank you.
I know you've been here all day too.
I have been here all day, yes. I've been here all week. And yesterday, even though it seemed 4 days long, it was only Tuesday, right? And so we've now had Wednesday, which only seemed maybe 2 or 3 days long, and packed with a lot of information. And what shocks me is I didn't even get to attend a briefing. I didn't get to go to any of the learning labs. I didn't even get to do those things. There's so much information.
Yeah, I mean, the expo alone is sort of a little like run. I mean, I went over there and looked at the door. I was trying to get my nerve, but I was like, it's too much. I mean, not really, but I mean, it's huge, and there's so much to do. You have to have a plan. You have to think, this is a really complicated kind of thing. There's like buildings all over the place.
Right.
There's parties all over town, and that definitely makes it a little bit overbearing for me, just because it's like, okay, I'd like to do this and this. Oh wait, no.
No, you kind of almost have to go in like a horse with blinders. Like I set a map and I go, okay, these are the vendors that I want to get to. Now I only have gone through South Expo so far. I didn't make it into North, and I would say with South, I only really got to explore probably 50% of it, and speak with about 20% of the vendors that I had mapped as my goal. And I don't know that the expo floor is that different than last year, but what I did like was that the first time exhibitors and getting to go on the exterior of the expo floor where you have the smaller vendors, like that's one of my favorite parts, getting to actually
it
speak
is. Yeah, that's cool.
with people. And yet I did get a couple of pretty cool swag things, one being an air tag. I was like, that was nice.
Yeah.
And I'm sure the amount of swag that is out there, and the amount we were trying to estimate earlier, do you have an estimate of the dollar spend on toys that are at RSA?
I don't like to think about it. I mean, it's unbelievable. I was watching people come out earlier. I went outside to cool off, and I was just watching people with the bags.
Yes.
And I was like, wow, that's a lot of stuff, and that's probably just a tiny portion. I did learn those lessons a long time ago about, going around with the swag bag and just everybody that, puts something in, and you get back to your hotel room and go, what am I going to do with all this?
Nothing.
Yeah.
You're going to do nothing
and
with
then you
any
leave
of it. Right.
But I mean, I saw people with like boxes of tech and stuff too. It wasn't even just like stress balls. It was like, whoa, what's in that? And
Absolutely. And then yesterday we got to go by the bookstore.
yeah, wasn't that cool?
It was very cool.
I didn't even know that was there. And then Larry said he wanted to go to the bookstore, and I would encourage you to go to the bookstore because they have the Hall of Fame shelves, which I thought was really cool. I mentioned
cybersecurity books, right?
I mentioned that this morning, and it's books from the industry, not fiction books necessarily, but like not textbooks even, but like important books. And I was happy to see so many books that I do have on my shelf, and going, but wonder what that one is. I was happy to see Neil Stephenson there. You heard me talk about that this morning if you're paying attention. And I was like, Cryptonomicon and Redime, or however you say that.
Right.
Yeah. And I was just, because he's so, I don't even know, he's an oracle.
Were you fangirling?
What?
I don't know. I was there with you, and I'm trying to figure out, like, were you being a fangirl a little bit or not? Because it was...
About Neil Stephenson? Yeah. Like, come on. I mean, Jeff keeps going about Dan Farmer. Sorry, Dan. I'm like, if Neil Stevens was here, now I'm going. Like, sorry, this interview's over. Like, there's Neil Stephenson. I'm going to go talk to him. But,
no.
I mean, I like Dan too. He's a great guy, but.
Oh, I'm sure, and I fangirl a little bit over Roger Grimes because the cryptography apocalypse. I'm not sure why, but that still sticks with me as one of the greatest reads. Even though I don't necessarily agree with all of it, it still was just like, oh my goodness, this book. Now, if that had been on the shelf, I probably would have fangirled even without Roger being here.
Yeah. So, no, I mean, everybody's got their things, right? And I mean, and I get it. And I mean, we're all like that. All of you have things like that too. But if you do get a chance to go by the bookstore, it's on the second floor of South, on the Esplanade. Is it South?
Is that South?
Yeah,
I think it is South.
I think
yes.
so. It was cool. I mean, it's not huge or anything, but it was like a breath of not expo.
It definitely. I liked how it had that almost a little bit of the homey bookstore feel.
Yeah.
You know?
You can buy books there too if you want to. They had books for sale,
and they were 10% off.
They were 10% off.
If you're looking
So
for that
I mean,
deal.
but if nothing else, it's cool to go there and see. Have I read that? And like, here's the books that people voted on as being the most successful books.
Yes.
But I will say, to let that lead into something else, one of the things, I've been getting to hang out with Mandy, and it really helps me to start looking at accessibility issues. And also, I got to walk the dog, which was the most stressful experience of my life. And I will tell you, I have never in my whole life walked a dog. No, and the whole time I was like, I know this is going to go bad. The dog is going to run away. I'm going to go back with like a chihuahua and go, I found this. It's just, I don't know. It's like so bad. Oh my God.
Okay, then to the audience, I'm going to say I did not know that beforehand, obviously. I had no idea. I apparently gave you more credit than may have been due. But also,
I mean, we just walked to the door. I unhooked him and said, "Fly, be free." And I was like, I think that's what you do. But fortunately, he came back.
He's not a spider that you caught in your bathroom.
I'm taking you outside, little buddy.
No. So I did not know that, but I'm also thinking then the mental toll that you put on him by him having to take care of you.
Oh no, we
was
were
probably
good. No,
horrific.
I will. To be fair, we were good. I mean, I'm way over exaggerating. It was perfectly fine. He barked at a dog. It was like a little ratty dog. I was like, yeah, we could take him, and he barked at a pigeon. It was a street pigeon, so the pigeon kind of turned around and went, but you know, it was like, you know, it was not. He wasn't stressed. It was fine. We went over, found some grass. It was very idyllic. I sang some songs.
It is. Did you notice that there are 4 redwood trees? There's that little grove
Yeah,
inside.
that was really- yeah,
Interesting, right?
Yeah.
But okay, besides the ratty dog, I want to pivot real quick and talk about the global canine protection dogs that are on
Okay.
site.
Yeah.
So for people who have not attended in person the last few years, there have been munitions bomb sniffing dogs.
Okay.
And so for me, because I do travel with a medical alert and mobility assistance service animal, and I am an ambulatory wheelchair user, meaning that I walk sometimes. It's not a miracle every time that I get out of the wheelchair.
She's the most resilient person I know, because I'm like, I have to get up in the morning and be like, I don't know if I can make it, man. And it's like, you know, but you have, yeah, and I don't have anything, so I'm just like, you know, I'm just a wimp.
Well, I'm going to say that in preparation for attending, for those who may have accessibility considerations, so things like there's the quiet lounge, or if you need an area to go to decompress from stimulation, there are those very accessible standard features as part of RSAC. And for me, whenever registering, then I also let them know that yes, I am a wheelchair user and I have a medical alert and mobility assistance service animal. So for those who don't travel with a magnificent working animal, it does present a different thought process on how I prepare, because we have here for security, they need the roving dogs, the teams, the working dogs that are sniffing for anything that is a threat. But that in and of itself can cause a whole different thing, not because my animal is not capable of interacting well, but I want to make sure that everybody at the conference, that security, safety is of utmost importance. I have been at other conferences where there have been dog-on-dog violence.
Oh God.
And
yeah, I was also thinking about that too. I was like, okay, I know, yeah, this is gonna be, yeah.
No, but for RSAC, it is very encouraging. It was a very seamless process for me working with the accommodations team leading up to the conference. And then Scott Esquivel of Global Canines, we had an hour meeting by phone last week to make sure we understood how to make this the best experience for their teams, for my working dog, especially while I'm live recording, and accounting for any variability that may happen. And then on site, whenever it's Sunday, I picked up my badge. We went through all the process. So as I'm familiarizing my service animal with the lay of the land and making sure he's comfortable, then Scott was a stand-up guy and walked with us and led us through all of the areas, and we got to coordinate with how we would interact or what his teams were directed as far as us being able to go through security, both with the wheelchair and with the dog. Because there are certain things that it can create a huge hiccup whenever individual, like what are they called, the x-ray machines, whenever not everybody is used to dealing with the wheelchair or the additional paraphernalia, and it can become a pain point at a number of venues.
Oh, I'm sure, yeah. I was actually thinking about it when I was coming back. I was like, oh, there's a thing, like a scanning thing. And I'm like, I don't know what I'm dealing with here. And I'm like, but it was fine. Everything was smooth.
Exactly. I so appreciate how the head of security for RSAC met with me. We went through, hey, here's what's going to be our standard protocol, assigning me like certain doors if I was going to go through in and out regularly. There was a lot that was actually very helpful.
Is that kind of stuff available for anybody? I mean, that needs to talk. Yeah. So if you are, maybe not wanting to come to cons or whatever, there are avenues you can take to help your planning, to maybe make you less stressed about what am I going to have to deal with when I get there, and so on. And it definitely, from the outside, I don't know, I'll call it elitist perspective of not having to deal with those things, it's very easy to be dismissive of it. But even just being around a little bit makes you much more empathetic about the whole thing, and what a challenge. I mean, I'm challenged just by being here. If I had other challenges, it would be, wow, I don't know, yeah.
I appreciate
so you have
that.
my admiration.
Well, thank you, and shout out to people in the expo hall, because as we made our way through the expo hall, there are certain challenges that present. Thankfully, Moscone Center is so well set up with accessibility ramps, with handicapped accessible doors, where like Trevor is trained to press a button, and the ones that have the buttons to open the doors. And then elevators and all of the staff. There have been quite a few members of the security staff that have been, just above and beyond.
Well, that's great.
To be and that is not the case at all venues. That's not the case at all cons that I have attended. And one thing I'm going to mention that many people don't think of, thank God for the lack of carpet, because using a wheelchair on carpet, it makes it about 20 times harder to navigate and to get through things. So if you don't have a powered chair that can take it, it also runs your battery down. You end up with a lot of things. And there's a number of facilities where your ramps, especially if you're in a manual chair and you are propelling yourself, they may have an ADA compliant ramp, but it may also be 4 feet away from launching you into traffic or into whatever. You have to control yourself.
Okay,
So for anybody looking to attend, especially if you're a manual chair user, it's very easy. The sidewalks within the buildings I've gone through, and even the AIXCC experience, the part where you start with a train, you're in like a simulated train, that was beautiful. The ramp, everything. There was a lot that was very useful.
Okay. Well, we are going to start wrapping up day 3 for us. I'm out after this. You're out after this. Pup gets a rest.
Yes.
We will be back tomorrow with more interviews, live feeds, and fun here at our RSAC 2025 conference. I'm Doug White, Mandy Logan. Thanks for joining, and we'll see you tomorrow.